Send an email to Keely and say, I quit. You turn the mic on?
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Hi, guys.
Hello, Happer.
Hello.
How we doing today?
Good.
I'm great.
I am upset at technology. A specific website.
Oh.
You mean a website that Josh is currently logged into and I'm currently logged into?
Yep.
And the studio is currently logged into.
Yep.
Fascinating.
Tough look for that one computer. Odson says, why so few camera angles?
It's really, okay, I'm going to see something else.
Okay.
I'm testing.
I believe in you.
We believe in you, Nick. You can get
Okay,
it
so
done.
it's this computer? I
Yeah.
cleared the cache, though.
Of course it's the computer if everyone else is
No,
on
I
the
get it.
website.
Cleared the cache.
If everything was as simple as clearing the cache, they could have solved a lot of problems. Hey, Middle East, don't worry.
Clear the cache.
No, but you understand
cache.
why it's weird that every other website but the one that I need to go to is working, right? Like, that's
Of
a
course
weird
it's
thing.
weird. Yeah. Maybe you just need to restart the computer, Nick.
That's my next step.
I believe in you.
Yeah, you can get it
I
done.
believe that you will find a
Now,
solution.
Nick told us that he did something really stupid.
Before this.
Is this
No.
the dumb thing you've done
No, this
today?
isn't related to
John,
this.
you weren't in here when Nick
Yeah.
said it.
No.
Nick teased us.
What have you screwed up today, Nick?
Yeah.
So, remember how I told you we had 48 hours worth of crossovers for the New Year's?
Oh, how much less is it? Is it like 4 hours worth of crossovers?
So I had the wrong equation on the format on the spreadsheet.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No
Yep.
kidding.
Because
I could have sworn that we didn't do 100 Happy New Years this
Yeah.
year. Think about it.
we're at about 30
Hours?
hours.
Oh, that's still fine.
Okay,
though.
that's
It's
fine.
still fine. It's just way less.
How did you
than it
do the
was.
math that bad?
Yeah.
I mean, you're famously bad at math.
No,
Yeah.
so the first time I did this a couple of years ago when I made the spreadsheet, I had to create a custom equation
Sure.
in Excel,
Yeah, I know.
and
how it
I
goes.
just had the wrong box checked.
Ah.
I just had to check the
30
right
hours
box.
is fine, though.
Yeah, it's plenty.
Because we have Christmas Eve.
I didn't check the
Are
back
we
seat.
doing best of, Nick, on Christmas Eve? Because we're obviously not on Christmas because there's NFL games. Are
I
we
don't-
doing it on Christmas Eve, though?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that would have changed the equation of the math.
Yeah. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. It's really
I thought
okay.
it was going to be like 12 hours.
Yeah, no, it's
Honestly,
it's not
I
like
did
that.
feel like we were light on Happy New Year's this year.
Well,
I'm including Mushi. in
remember,
there.
Nick told us we couldn't do anymore, and that was like 2 months ago.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
So we could have actually had a lot more, but Nick.
Well,
the
include
foot down.
yesterday's.
No, yesterday's is already on the spreadsheet.
Nice.
There you go.
I'm retroactively. I might put the banana one in there. We spent a long time talking about bananas and how they
Oh
taste.
yeah, the banana and how the banana tastes different.
Secret
now.
Base released. I think they listened to us because not too long
Friend of the
ago,
Crumb, Stephen Godfrey.
Secret Base released an episode about the history of people slipping on banana peels.
Interesting.
But-
Secret what?
It's a website.
Oh.
But
They do
that was
videos.
before.
Never heard of it.
Stephen Godfrey wrote. You had to say those words together one time when we interviewed him.
Don't remember that.
Now, a lot of people make Timu jokes. I want someone to explain it to me. But first, CJ says Nick is the Timu producer of 1620.
Deion Sanders. No, that's
Is that
Tebow.
funny? Is that a funny
Tebow.
joke?
That hurts.
What does that mean?
What's
What
the
is
TV
Temu?
thing?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Cheap, bad,
Oh,
low quality.
well, you are some of those things. You're one of those things. Nick.
Wow. Harsh.
I'm gonna not talk the rest of the day.
No, Nick.
Oh no,
Nick, we love you. You do a great job.
I mean, you literally just called him bad.
No, he said one of those things.
One of those things.
cheap, bad, or low quality.
Yeah.
Okay, those are all bad things.
Well, cheap.
He can't control that part.
I'm
That's what I was
poor.
saying.
What? That he can't control that he's bad?
No, that he's cheap.
Oh, rich people can
That
be
he's
cheap.
cheap?
No, that
You can always.
I was talking about his like bank
Oh, okay.
Wow.
account. Nick can't control that. I'm cheap too, Nick.
Well, you can.
Oh, you kind of can.
All right. Well, Nick, I
bunch of
apologize.
podcasts.
I bought $66
Yeah,
whiskey.
well, that explains.
Just
a
have
lot of
9
things.
that
jobs.
does explain a lot.
Hey, how many jobs do you have,
100.
John? How many jobs do you have?
John has a bunch of jobs.
John only has like 2 jobs.
Right.
Voice of the Jays. This.
I mean, I don't know.
Get another job, man. What are you doing over
Yeah.
there?
Josh has got a bunch of podcasts.
So many
Josh
pods.
is trying
Yeah,
to
but-
be a podcast mogul. He's trying to be the Bill Simmons of Nebraska. He's going to have a whole podcast
Wow, you should
network.
really try to elevate your goals.
That guy sold the Ringer for $200 million. I'll take that.
That
Chasing
there's-
3 hours. I will sell it for
there-
$200 million.
There's an idiot born every minute.
Well,
Wow.
he makes him a lot of money. John.
Spotify is an idiot.
They are.
Nick, I apologize for calling you cheap.
I would
okay.
call you that.
Nice.
Yeah, we
Jimmy
would
Palmer called
never-
me
I'd call
bad
you
quality.
tawdry, but not cheap.
What did Jimmy call you?
Bad quality.
No, Nick is a great producer. He does many good things for us.
Absolutely.
Nick and I were DMing yesterday about show ideas for 2025.
I was just complimenting you guys before the crossover started on your guests yesterday. None of that possible without
Nick
a
Grimm.
producer.
A producer.
Nick Grimm got it
Good
done.
point. That's a
And he got
good
him on
point.
StreamYard.
Baseball Man was very good.
You should have
Restarting didn't do anything.
maybe try a different browser. You should have seen the guy off the air because we have the little camera, we can see what he's doing. And he was messaging us, he's like, I'm in a dumb room, right? Like, should I move? He's like, I'm gonna move. And so we see him. John is like setting up the interview, and the guy's walking around, and you can see him walking through the Wall Street Journal office.
That's
could.
cool.
Nobody
Yeah.
else could. We should have put him on the camera.
That's cool.
Here he is. Here's Mr.
did
Diamond.
what did you pick up? What did you?
It looked like a nice office.
Nice office.
Mm-hmm.
Was there like scrolls of stonks
No,
on the side?
but we could only see his face. Just
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It would have been cool.
I feel like you and I are the only one talking. Nick's trying to log in. I don't know what the hell John's doing.
Well, I'm trying to, I just learned the new schedule, so I'm just trying to.
Oh, the football schedule. Well, that's topic alert. Connor Happer has a
yeah.
question.
Would you like to? Are you looking at it right now,
I'm
John?
looking at it right now.
All right. Here's the game. We all get guesses on this, so we put it on the list.
Oh yeah. Did you see John erase the secret list?
Well, it's over.
No, I still.
It's
have it.
not
Well, we
over.
know what your date is. You're the only one left.
What was it? The 18th.
The 18th.
Okay, so I
We're
got a week.
good.
All right. Anyway,
But
All right.
you will never let us forget if you're right for once in a blue moon.
and I got the Super Bowl to go to overtime.
That's what I'm saying.
That
See?
was great.
All right, list.
And I guarantee, folks, you'll always know where you were if
Oh.
Josh's secret list item comes true.
That is
you
true.
Will.
That is true.
Sean, yes, you will.
That is true.
Maybe you'll be like Nick playing with Legos.
Mm.
I do like Legos. Although
What-
some
when
of my
else
Legos
was-
got broken in the move.
Nick
so I
figured
need to
out
fix it.
StreamYard. Nick, I've noticed on one of my browsers that for some reason it's on the dark mode. Why is that on some browsers?
You can change it. You can make it dark mode.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I like dark mode.
Happer has a question for
All right.
us.
Shoot.
Choose a Nebraska football game to be played on Friday night,
Nice.
2025.
So the games that we think it could be will not be home games, right? Are we just looking exclusively
yeah, they're not,
for the
they're
road?
not going to host another
Man,
one.
Happer and I were talking before you got in here how much we loved the Friday
I'm
night
team
game.
Friday
I
night.
wasn't.
Yeah.
I
We
didn't
had
hate
a
it.
great time,
I didn't hate it.
except for the game.
Except for when it was 3rd and 43 in overtime.
All right, so Penn
It
State
wasn't.
is out. Penn State is off the list
Yeah.
because
Correct.
they have what's the word that they use? It's not permission, but it's
I
there's
always
a-
forget the word
it's a
too.
very
They
specific
get the-
word
Yeah.
that the Big Ten uses. Okay, so that means
Yes.
we only have 3 options: at Maryland, at Minnesota, or at UCLA.
I have an opinion.
I do too.
At Maryland.
Oh, interesting. So we disagree. Mine is at UCLA.
I agree.
All right.
Because
They love Friday night games.
I don't know what other games
Well-
are. I don't know what any other games are any other week. So this is before.
because UCLA they've
They're
done
in
the
LA.
Friday thing.
UCLA.
They can play it at night. There's not any restrictions.
Give me a sampling of some of the other games that week. Are
Do
you
you
looking
have-
at the full composite? I think Mitch tweeted it out a little while
I don't
ago.
like how I don't get emails from the Big Ten. This is
I
very
don't like
upsetting.
how my
All right, here we
emails
go.
just go insane here, and now I gotta delete a bunch of stuff.
All right, so the week that Nebraska plays UCLA, here are some other games.
Oh, here it is. Nice schedule.
Indiana,
Oh,
Penn State.
hold on before you say that.
What?
I just want to read the first paragraph.
Of what?
of the Big Ten's email.
Okay.
The Big Ten Conference today announced the 2025 football schedule. The 2025 schedule marks the second season with 18 teams, no divisional format, and the use of the Flex Protect
Plus.
XVIII model.
Nice.
Really?
Flex Protect 18.
Nice.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
This
Nice, Nick.
is so Big Ten.
Is it presented by Discover Card or
It
something like
probably
that?
should be.
Old Trapper Beef Jerky.
It probably should be.
All right. So some of the other games, the UCLA week.
Okay. I have the schedule open too, Happer, if you need any help.
So I said Penn State and Indiana,
And that game is at Penn State, so that is off.
Oregon and Iowa.
That game is in Iowa, but that is not allowed, right? Because they don't allow. I don't understand the hospital.
Do they have the
rules.
protections
Well,
too?
they do because of the hospital, but that assumes that you're not able to go to the hospital on a Saturday.
There-
I don't understand that rule.
If you have a hospital, you're exempt. I don't.
Yeah,
That's stupid.
Hospital closes on Saturdays.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Rutgers and Maryland.
That game is at Rutgers. That's a possible.
USC Northwestern.
Purdue,
Purdue Ohio State.
and that is
Wait,
at
which
Purdue.
week are we looking at here?
I'm looking at
UCLA.
Nebraska UCLA week.
Yeah.
Oh, which week? But what week number
It's
is
week
it?
11.
Week 11. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
And that is the
Is that the list?
Washington, Wisconsin.
Okay. See, I always
There's some Friday night looking games on there.
there definitely are. Almost all those games look like a Friday night game.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe Nebraska, UCLA is not the pick because
I
it
don't
involves
know.
brands. I don't know. Iowa, Oregon definitely seems like a Saturday night or Saturday
NBC.
afternoon game.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to
definitely.
remember, Oregon's going to be a very popular brand.
But they're not
Wait.
allowed to be on Friday, John. Because
No. I'm thinking
Of
towards Saturday and
Yeah.
what the networks will want. Indiana Penn State is going to be a game that will, because of what happened this year. Washington, Wisconsin. I don't know. I feel better about Nebraska UCLA being
Okay.
on Friday.
text
Speaking
from. Oh, sorry.
We haven't talked about the whole NBC Big Ten thing.
Whoa, it's Saturday night.
Is NBC going to be involved next year?
Dude,
What?
I
are
would
they
be,
out?
I would be so annoyed if I
Well,
were them.
no, they
remember,
have a contract.
No, there was a report from
Yeah.
Awful announcing that they haven't signed the
Yeah,
contract.
yeah.
Wait, what?
I have this from a couple. I think I have that
When did this happen?
the story came
I
out.
saw
I
the
think
story-
the week when we were in Vegas.
Yes,
so
I
John
believe it.
would have been gone. Let me see if I can find it, John, on my prep
Yeah, John,
sheets.
this is like a thing. Like this is not done.
That they might just back out.
The TV deal is screwed up.
So have they not been?
They've not been happy apparently.
Well, I know they haven't been happy, and they shouldn't be. I mean, their schedule's been trash. But
Okay, here it is. I think.
so
Yes.
were they broadcasting
All
the
right, I found
last year or last 2 years
Without
with no
a-
contract?
I don't know. I don't know that for sure.
All
Josh,
right, John.
what does it say?
So this is. I just want to make sure that I have the right story here. Okay, so this is from Awful Announcing, and it is titled "NBC Frustrated with Big Ten Deal," which it still hasn't officially signed.
Oh.
This story came out on November 22nd. So here's what Awful Announcing wrote. NBC has expressed its frustrations to numerous stakeholders around the conference, according to people with knowledge of the conversations, suggesting that the network did not understand the full extent of the primetime restrictions. The network has argued that it was informed of the full night game veto rights, and they were expanded from the Big Ten's previous agreements only after the term sheets for the deals were agreed to and announced, according to multiple people familiar with the deals. Allowance is the word, by the way. I found it in a
Thank
different
you.
story.
Thank you.
So
the allowance.
they have not signed their deal because they're annoyed that they're not allowed to have a lot of the games on Saturday nights because the Big Ten is like, it's too chilly.
It's chilly.
It's chilly. It's
I would love
cold."
it. I would love it if NBC said, "Screw you, Big Ten,"
It'd be funny.
because of that.
It'd be funny.
It needs to happen.
Yeah.
It needs to happen.
By the way, Adam texts into the show with his prediction at Maryland.
That's what I said.
Nebraska fans don't travel to that game, and you fans will travel to Minnesota and UCLA, so accommodate the traveling fans with a Saturday
Yeah, unfortunately, that's
game.
probably not thought about. But like,
No,
Yeah.
they don't give two craps about the
Yeah,
fans.
let's
Now,
look at the Maryland weekend.
The Maryland
Maryland
weekend
weekend.
is a certain possibility because,
Okay.
number one, every Big Ten team is playing that week. There are no idle weeks.
No, there is
Mm.
one. There's one. No, wait, never
No,
mind. You're right,
no,
John. Sorry,
no,
I was
there
looking
are-
at the Minnesota week.
It's week 7.
Yep.
it's all conference play too.
Yeah, you've got Illinois and Ohio State. You've got Indiana and Oregon. You have Iowa and Wisconsin.
That'll
You have
definitely be
Michigan,
Saturday.
USC.
Oh, Saturday.
You have Michigan State, UCLA.
Maybe not Saturday. Minnesota, Purdue.
Rutgers, Washington.
Oh yeah, that's it. I'm even more sure.
I mean, that's a strong one too.
Oregon, Indiana, a rematch of 2 Final Four playoff teams.
Put it on the list for me.
So look real quick. So you got USC, Michigan. That's
Indiana,
probably
Final Four playoff team. They ain't beating my
I was
Irish.
just making a joke. Yeah, Notre Dame's going to the national title, John. We agree on this. Michigan, USC is big noon. And then Iowa, Wisconsin seems like a nice 2:30 CBS kind of game.
Iowa, Wisconsin was a late game this year, no?
It was on, whoa, it's Saturday night.
Yeah.
Before NBC said, no, we're not doing your crappy games anymore.
It's not the words, John. It doesn't
No,
even rhyme.
the
Fall Out Boy did do a song like that, though.
I'm still going to vote.
It's Panic at the
I'm
Disco.
still going to vote.
Saturday night. That's what it is.
I'm still going to vote UCLA, but the Maryland game is a
Solid arguments are
a
being
solid
made.
argument. Those,
Plus, it's a
those
more
are,
loaded weekend.
Those are the only two.
Well, okay, so the Minnesota
There's also
weekend.
Minnesota.
If you're wondering about
I
Minnesota,
don't know if it's going to be Minnesota.
so Indiana hosts Michigan State. Penn State hosts Iowa. Again, not allowed. Maryland hosts UCLA. Michigan hosts Washington. That's fun.
Kind of.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess kind of. We mentioned the aforementioned Minnesota game. Purdue is at Northwestern. Wisconsin hosts Ohio State. Oregon is at Rutgers. I think that's all of them.
Oregon Rutgers smells Friday.
And then USC plays.
Man,
Notre
would you
Dame.
make Oregon go all across the country for a Friday night
Then
game?
they get a
Well, they
they
did
get a
already
bye
this
the week
year.
before. Do they have a bye the week before?
Who?
No.
Oregon?
Oregon.
No.
They have a bye the week after?
Nope.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Remember they did that earlier this year. They played all the way at Purdue.
I also checked. There are 3 teams, 3 Nebraska Big Ten opponents next year that have buys the week before they play Nebraska. So we can start complaining about
But does
that.
Nebraska have buys before they play some teams?
1, I believe, or 2. Or
Well,
2.
two. Everyone
Yeah.
gets 2 buys. So Nebraska has an idle week before Michigan State, and they have an idle week before Penn State.
There you go.
A teehee coming in from Dave.
Teehee.
If you want a sleeper for Nebraska's Friday game, how about Iowa at home? It's Black Friday, so they wouldn't have to cancel
Whoa.
classes or have downtown businesses close early to free up.
Isn't it
parking
amazing
garages.
what they do?
Yep.
On
Do we
Friday.
think? Okay, so I guess an off the board prediction is they actually won't have a Friday game.
That's possible.
Yeah,
Unlikely, but possible.
I mean, there's only so many Fridays, and there will be a Big 12 game or 2 in there,
Yes.
Big 12.
or maybe even a Mountain West.
I just
Not
want to
likely,
know.
but
I want to know when we're going to get the news about the opening Thursday game. That's what I want to know. When are they
The
telling
old
us?
Arrowhead.
When are they
as of
telling
right
us
now,
it's moving to
as
Arrowhead?
of right now, it is still scheduled for Indianapolis, and it is still scheduled for Saturday.
I'll get there. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You got to have something to talk about in February.
By the way, in the official press release, John, it just says that they will take on Cincinnati at a neutral site. They don't even mention where it is.
Right, but the Big Ten's grid
Still has it.
shows it as Lucas Oil Stadium.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Nebraska had previously announced that game as Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yeah. Now they have not. It is now.
Yeah, so it's Kansas City.
It's definitely going to be in Kansas City. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Let's
to see what
go. We're taking the shows to
That's
Kansas
what I want to do. I want
City.
all of us to be there. on that.
Kansas
Oh,
City.
you think Mitch will let us hang out with him?
Oh, maybe we could spend the night at his house.
Oh, we
Yeah,
can
go
I'm
to
sure
Mitch's
Mitch
house.
would love to have
Mitch's house.
Mitch's house.
It's Mitch.
We
Mitch
can invite
Mitchapalooza.
Oh my God.
Mitch
Oh yeah, we
Palooza.
got Mitch Sherman come over too.
Yeah, we can have all the Mitches.
Let's have Stibbs come over also.
Oh, perfect.
Mitch
Uh,
Stibbs.
Reminder: Stibbs is filling in 1 week from today, the day we talk to Mitch Holtis.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. What were you
Love
doing
that.
over there, John?
I was just looking to see how the buys work out this year, and there's not that many teams that have an idle week before Nebraska.
It's 3. As Hepper says.
Yeah, it's not that
3.
many.
I know.
How did we think about the end of season, the November to remember at UCLA off week at Penn State? So they go this way and then they go this way.
Oh, travel.
Yeah.
But
That
there's
Penn
an,
State game's going to be
but there's
cheating.
an idle week in between, so that makes it easier.
Man, that'll be fun. Nebraska, Penn State, that's a big noon game if I've ever seen one.
So last time they played out there was 17, right?
the original Wang Nachos.
That's right.
Oh, man.
And then before that, it was 13.
the overtime game, right?
No, 12. I guess it would have been. 12 was here. 13
yeah,
was there.
13. Yeah. Didn't Kenny Bell have like a touchdown, like a kickoff return or something in that game for
Yeah,
a touchdown?
someone did.
Yep. And then, of course,
11.
11.
Yeah, Nebraska Penn
Yikes.
State's looking very
Big
big
yikes.
noony.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's
Yes,
looking
it is.
very big noony.
Nebraska USC. That'll be fun. USC coming to Nebraska for the first time since 07.
Maybe Lendell White will be there.
Oh, Reggie Bush.
Probably. He didn't play in that.
He didn't play in that game.
That's true. He did not.
He was already getting his
John
Heisman
David
taken away.
Booty.
John David Booty.
Booty.
Yeah, that's a name, Nick.
That
It's
is
a
General
human
Booty.
name.
That is
General
a-
Booty.
Man, next year's home schedule is sweet. You got Michigan,
Michigan.
USC, and Iowa.
And Houston Christian.
And Houston Christian.
And
the artist formerly
Akron.
known as
Oh,
Baptist.
man, I can't wait for all the Akron jokes that
The
week.
Baptists were Christians, but Nebraska treated them like they were the Romans. That could be Greg's call at the end of the game when they win.
Well, I'm more looking forward to the Akron week. And, "Hey, we're going to pay him this time.
There was a joke that I had. Here, let me see if I can find. Oh, nope, it's not that one. There was a joke that basically said Nebraska will actually only have 11 games next year because we all know what will happen with the Akron game.
So what will happen probably is that game will get whatevered out, and then they'll play Bethune-Cookman in the bye week after the week after that, right? Or 2 weeks after that, whatever the schedule looks like. Bethune-Cookman.
Interesting.
Nice.
Man, what a time to be alive.
Well, there it is.
Yep.
In all of its glory.
Love it. Love the schedule.
We do love schedules,
Shedge
don't we?
boy.
Where will Nebraska go to a bowl game next year?
Well, will
Will it
they?
be the Pinstripe Bowl again?
Oh, God. I hope not.
I mean,
I think you guys are going to.
No one likes no
Bowl.
one likes
What's
Tony
the-
Butler as the DC. So
Do they play?
chance.
Tony
no-
Butler.
Yeah. there's no
Do they play a
chance.
bowl game at Wrigley? Or is that just a
No,
game that
they do
happens
not.
sometimes?
No, they just play a couple of regular season games.
Northwestern.
They were
is-
thinking of a bowl game once, but they
They were.
didn't do it.
Northwestern will be playing more games there next year, or at least another game there next year, though, because their stadium is still not done,
True.
and it won't be for I think another year after that.
By the way, Odson points out that the inside USC guy will be at the game next year.
That
Your
is right.
New friend
We
of the
have an
Grum.
open invite to bring him in studio on Halloween, October 31st.
Let's go.
Come on in, hang out, and then Nebraska plays USC on the 1st. Be very excited.
That's awesome.
Is that the guy that hates
Lincoln
Lincoln
Riley.
Riley?
Yes.
Oh, he wants him
Nick,
redacted.
Halloween this year is going to be your favorite day of all time. You love Halloween,
I
and
do.
it'll be Friday.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Friday night's a great night for Halloween.
Oh,
I know,
man.
the
How am I
problem-
supposed to enjoy the random Fox game if there's kids constantly coming to the door?
Yeah, that's going to be horrible.
Do that thing Jack does and set up a projector outside with a bowl of candy.
There you go. Yeah.
Here, kids,
Hey,
have some
kids,
candy.
You want to watch some ball and eat some candy?
Guess the temperature on Halloween. Could
Oh.
be anything.
Wow.
It
It,
could
really
be.
could.
It could be.
The
anything.
problem
80, it
is-
could be 10.
I work late. I work late on Fridays.
Are you sure you're going to work late on Fridays in 2025?
I guess I don't know.
He's already finding an excuse to not like it.
Martyr baton, martyr
Yeah.
baton,
Well, the
waving it around.
The good news about this is our Halloween party might actually be on Halloween this year since it's a Friday.
Yeah, remember this year's Halloween? Nick was like, I don't really know if I like Halloween on Halloween anymore. 'cause
I
we
never
had a
s-
party
That's not what I said.
Did
I
we have
said
what day was Halloween here this year?
Thursday.
Thursday.
We did our Halloween party 2 weeks before Halloween.
We
just
did?
because-
He did.
me,
Oh,
my house.
I thought you were talking about like here.
No.
I was like, I don't remember a Halloween party.
And that was kind of, I got the Halloween out of my system at that Halloween party.
You got Halloween.
I got Halloween. I got a Halloween
Odson
off of it.
writes, and he does it with the uppercase, lowercase thing. And now I want him to record this. What about high school football? That should be a drop that we have from Josh Odson that we can just play anytime a Friday
It'll
game
be,
comes up. But what about high school football?
It'll be a playoff
You
game.
guys are terrible.
High school football playoff game.
I care about
Really?
the kids.
October
in the high
31st?
school.
That'll be playoffs already?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
On October 31st?
I always love that John defends the
No.
honor of high school football.
I'm pretty
even
sure
though he
it
never
ends-
goes to games.
You know what?
I
I'm
don't
with
need
John.
to go to games.
I'm with
He also
John.
defends the honor of wrestling, even though he knows it sucks.
Let Friday nights
No,
be
wrestling
for the
doesn't
kids.
suck.
I think that'd be the first round of the playoffs.
Really? Wow, that's early.
What?
I believe that'd be the
playoffs.
first round of the playoffs.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, think about it. Do the math. Like,
Damn playoff creep.
Well, what's Thanksgiving in 2025?
Exactly.
All right, gosh, this is just unhinged.
Yeah.
Why do we care?
Nick,
We
Yes.
don't.
Happy New Year again to
Happy-
give you some more minutes.
Yeah, just
All right,
in
it's
case.
Thursday,
Feels
November 27th. All right, so now I got to look up just the calendar in general. I think Happer might be right. How long is it, Happer? It's four,
It's 4 weeks.
4 weeks,
4 rounds.
4 rounds, and it finishes
And
on.
they would skip a week before they would
it would
play.
fit on 24th and 25th. That would be the state championship.
Correct. The week of Thanksgiving.
Happer, you are correct.
Of course I am.
Boo. That's bad.
Halloween playoff creep.
Play-
We'll be watching the World Series, Happer,
Oh, featuring the Royals.
and the Dodgers.
The Rockies are going to beat the Royals. Will they let me cash that ticket in a year later?
Unfortunately, no.
Damn.
That'd be great if they did, though.
Mm.
Then you'd have $5,000.
The Rockies are trying to go after. No,
oh, wait,
my ticket's behind you somewhere. There it is.
Hey, Mr.
$50,000.
Hey, Mr. Circa. Mr. Circa.
The Rockies are trying to go after that Japanese pitcher.
By the way, how about this, Nick? We were talking about your producing earlier.
Uh-huh.
Some were mean about it. Sam writes, Nick, I think you were like a raw draft pick at first. Didn't know the names of anyone in the sports universe. That's turned into a gem of a producer. The Jordan Love of producers.
Oh, I like Jordan Love.
And this comparison works because sometimes you throw off your back foot and we're like, what in the world was that?
That's
good
true.
point.
Yeah.
I'm Jordan Love.
This
Hell
is
yeah.
great. Nick is Jordan Love.
I like him
All
a
right.
lot.
Well, let's see what he does in 15 years.
Oh,
You know how it happens for the end of quarterbacks at the Packers.
He'll probably take a dive and get sacked by Michael Strahan.
has it gotten progressively worse? Like, do you think Jordan Love might do something even worse than what Brett Favre did?
Let's find out, Nick. Let's find out.
It's got to be
What did
hard
Bart
to top
Starr
Aaron
do at the end of
Rodgers.
his career?
He became a coach.
Well, what's
he was
Aaron
a horrible coach. He was the Scott Frost of the Packers.
No, he was better than that. Much-
Really? I
Yeah,
thought Bart Starr was garbage.
he wasn't great, but he was not Scott Frost.
Okay.
What's Aaron Rodgers really guilty of, except for being a jackwagon?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Favre is stolen.
Yeah.
Like, he is
Yeah.
like an active bad person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron Rodgers had a few skeletons in his convention center.
Maybe we'll find out later.
All right, I'm trying to find. Okay, Bart Starr is a coach, 52-76. That's a better winning percentage than Frost, 40.8%.
Yep.
He went to the playoffs one time and he lost to the Cowboys. Let's go, baby. 1982. Oh no, that was the year of the catch. Rats, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sad.
Sorry, Josh.
No, 82. That was the year after.
Nice. Wonder what happened to the Cowboys in that playoffs.
They got beat by Washington.
Josh getting
in the NFC
retroactively
Championship.
sad or happy on Cowboys results that he
Yeah.
didn't know
That's
about.
all. That's all I have.
pretty funny.
Yeah, I know like a ton of
Yes, go
Nebraska history,
Cowboys.
but like I'll be honest, I don't really know about the Cowboys in the 80s. I don't really have a whole lot of opinions on the 80s Cowboys.
They were scum.
I know about the 70s Cowboys,
Scum of the
and I
earth.
know about the 90s Cowboys, and then I become a fan. I don't really know about
Everybody
the 80s.
was doing cocaine in the 80s, right? Or was that the 70s?
Yeah, people did love cocaine. Oh, the 82 year, that was the strike year?
That was a strike.
Oh, that would have sucked. 6-3 the Cowboys went. They made it to the NFC Championship.
6-3.
What a dumb record that is.
Well, they were
it's like the
only
COVID
9 games.
year. COVID
That's just
NFL.
not right.
Yeah, it was weird.
It's just not right.
So when
Yeah.
did they start the season, John?
Well,
Oh, wow,
they
never mind.
started the season and then they stopped it.
September 13th, and then the Cowboys played September 19th, and then they didn't play until November 21st.
Oh, having the best part. That's the best part.
I'd be
That's like what we missed with COVID.
I
Yeah.
would be
Because
so
it came back at
sad.
what? Like it was like Halloween weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We missed all of September and October. We didn't do anything.
Can you imagine?
We talked about idiotic stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
For
Imagine
2 months.
fired up for football in 1982. We'd be like, well, there's still no
Eh.
NFL games this weekend. This sucks.
That would suck.
Yeah.
And there was only like 1 or 2 college games on a week.
How many
Oh,
games-
man.
So you're talking about how many we were able to watch in the 80s, right?
In the strike year, there were only 9
Yeah,
Oh,
they
games.
just didn't
strike.
play them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't play at
Well,
all.
baseball, the COVID year.
There's
When
Canadian
did they
base-
start? Was it July? Was it after the All-Star break? When the All-Star break? Or was it later
In what year?
in the COVID year?
They started
Is
in
it August?
I thought it was July because I thought we were at Golf Flash and it was like baseball is now
Began
back.
July 23rd.
There you go.
Wow.
Ended on September
We missed
27th.
April, May, and June. What did we do? We watched Korean
was
baseball.
Korean
We watched
baseball.
Korean
Some people
baseball
did.
and
I didn't.
In
That
82, the CFL was a thing in 82, right?
Probably.
That's what we could have done
Oh,
that.
That would have been like watching Korean
Exactly.
baseball.
Except Korean baseball.
Here's what we
was
did,
better.
Happer. We just said over and over and over. When do we think sports are going to come back? That's what we did for 3 months.
I know it's so
Mhm.
bad. It's
Wow.
hard to even think about.
That was almost 5 years ago now. That's crazy.
5 years.
I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, wow, it's about to be 2025. That means 2020 was 5 years ago.
Wow.
Mhm.
Asian
Yikes.
Joe says, baseball of my people. How dare you say it sucks? It's problematic.
It sucked to watch it.
Hey, we were big Monkeys fans.
John was.
The Rakuten Monkeys.
I think I was.
Is it Rakuten or Rakuten?
I don't know.
I watched a lot of movies during COVID. A lot of
I
TV
built
shows.
Legos.
TV shows were good during COVID.
movies. Mm-hmm.
I
We
built
had Lion King.
Lion King.
the live action Lion King.
Didn't we have
the Beyonce Lion King?
Lion Tamer,
Tiger
Lion,
King.
Lion King,
Tiger
King.
Whatever.
We got there.
I was like,
I
what?
did watch the
It
Beyonce
was a
Lion
big
King,
cat.
though.
It was
I
a
think
big
it was
cat, and some dude was taming
Yeah.
big cats.
I watched
Tiger King.
Westworld for the first time during COVID.
Westworld was a good show.
The first 2
for a
seasons
little
are
bit.
pretty okay.
I liked the first season.
Yeah, like
I
the
liked
first
season
8
2.
episodes, and then I was like, nah.
Season 2 was pretty good.
I wasn't a huge fan.
And
then I
then
watched the
hated
first episode of
rest.
season 3, and I was like, nah, I'm good.
I think I watched it all the way to the end. I regretted it.
Really?
I like Aaron Paul a lot, but I didn't like his character. Or
Yeah,
what
it got
they did.
way out of.
Yeah.
They should have stayed in the West world.
Nice.
I didn't mind Samurai World was fun.
That show loved
Not
nudity.
It did.
Yeah,
A lot of boobs.
robot
A lot of
boobs.
dongs.
A lot of stuff.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Nice. Good reference, Happer.
That was a great line.
That was a good line. Oh,
and then it's
man.
like, whoa.
Wow, Otson.
He's a robot.
I watched every Denzel Washington movie ever during COVID. 39 at the time. That was my project.
Wow.
What's the current Denzel Washington movie count?
It's probably somewhere in the 40s
Can,
now.
can you rank them? Do you have a
Oh,
list?
Otson, give us your top
Otson.
39.
Where's John
Canva
Q?
graphic.
Where's,
Canva graphic.
where's John Q? John Q is like top 5 for me. I love John Q.
By the way, Adam reminds us Kyle Peterson sat in his basement calling live Korean baseball at 2 a.m.
He did.
True. Dear God.
He did.
I see Kyle at all the Creighton games. I'm going to ask him about it.
I will never forget when John had to call the Kansas game from
From my bedroom.
from his bedroom. And he did a
Oh.
video. He's like, here's what it looks like. Here's
Oh
how
my
I'm calling
God.
the game.
It was. Oh, I hated
Because
that.
wasn't that my fault because I had COVID? Or were you gonna
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
We weren't going.
Okay.
We were.
For some reason, but you
they
weren't
weren't traveling us.
Okay. I thought you were gonna be
Could
here
you have
though.
driven yourself? Do you think they would have let you in if you drove yourself?
Probably not.
I don't even
Oh,
remember.
those rules
now.
were crazy.
Yeah,
that
the
year.
rules
I
were.
don't even
it was
Remember
bubble.
the NCAA tournament? Yeah, you had to like be there for like Kugler was there for
Dude, but
weeks.
to
Yeah.
do Nebraska women's basketball, I had to test the day before and the day of
Every time.
every single game.
Yeah.
And it was 18 or 20 games, or like I tested for COVID like 50 times.
Yeah. Over and over
And
and over.
you
and
weren't
over.
really announcing to anybody.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But apparently the PA announcer is vital to the table crew. I don't know why.
Interesting.
They just wanted to shove a thing up your nose, I think.
Well, they got it. They got what they wanted.
Man, I do not miss
50
watching
times.
sports in that year.
No,
That was
I don't
horrible.
either. It
Yeah.
was rotten.
The stupid
I'm glad that
fake
was before I
noise.
was super into sports.
Oh,
I do
it
remember the
sucked.
pumped in
Remember,
noise.
remember when Fox tried to put fake fans in the stands?
Horrible.
That was so stupid.
They
The
gave up-
cardboard people. My
But
God.
they had the computer
And then- and then
generated.
No, they were the
computer-
computer generated ones. And
Well, the
it was
NBA,
bad.
that was huge in the NBA bubble. And people
Oh,
were
yeah,
like
the
doing
wall of
lewd,
people.
obscene gestures.
I think the only thing that successfully thrived during COVID was the WWE.
Wow.
Because they got weird. They
I mean,
got
everybody-
really weird,
I
and
mean,
they leaned into it.
What do you mean everyone did what they wanted to do?
Right, but I think the WWE,
They did more cinematic
They-
stuff.
yeah, it was
They
more
like
cinematic
shot
stuff.
matches out in the middle of fields.
Oh, I see.
they
and
handled
when,
it
when
really
you get
well.
you get there's that meme out there of the one dude standing up and the Undertaker standing behind him. That was a COVID.
I
year.
think it was
Interesting.
weird too because there wasn't any people, but then they were still like playing up the crowd as if the crowd were there, just completely
It's
not
bad.
breaking the kayfabe. It was insane.
sucked.
Yeah.
hated it.
Don't
Hated
miss it. Don't miss it. Give me sports with fans. I'm happy they're back.
Much better.
Yep.
Josh, where's Flight?
Now the
on
good
your
thing
list?
is the
Oh,
good
Oh,
thing
Flight was a good one.
I love Flight.
We almost did that for movie club this week.
That's the fastest beginning of the movie to boob time
Speaking of boobs,
that
Dude,
ever exists.
If you give me the premise of the movie, which is generally Denzel Washington is a drunk pilot
Yep.
in.
Have you seen that movie, John?
So
seen
in.
never
Flight?
seen it.
Oh, it's a great movie.
I saw it in theaters. It was awesome.
Yeah, Flight's a great movie. I think it's one of the best acting jobs he's ever done.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
So good.
I watched that movie
He's hammered all the
I
time.
need to
Recently.
watch Flight again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we could do it for movie club.
He
maybe,
should do it.
because
because
John's never
he
seen
goes to
it.
the hearing afterwards. I was drunk.
Well, spoiler alert for John.
Damn.
He won't remember that I said that.
Yeah.
Just then, that's fine.
Mm.
I was drunk. I'm drunk right now. What a movie!
What a movie.
It was something.
Oh, man.
All right. Is it time for me to leave?
I guess.
Okay.
I just kind of petered out there. You know.
All right.
Well, I just thought it was a normal.
We got to save our schedule talk.
Yeah.
Lots of
I
schedule
know you guys
talk.
have a lot of reaction.
A lot
to
of
it today.
takes. I'm going to defend the honor of Phil Snow today.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Josh handshake meme the olds.
Yep. I got some intel.
Remember,
I
Phil
have
Snow is not a bastard of the North and
Yes,
West.
I
Roads.
didn't.
I
I
have
didn't. I
numbers.
didn't know his honor needed to be
no-
defended.
From you, it did.
What do you mean from me?
Yes.
People do not like the setup.
John
right
said
now.
he's not going to have a top 20 defense next year. I agreed with him.
Well, they're not.
But I'm going to say maybe he will. And I'll give you some numbers why.
Oh,
It's
is
a
it?
tease.
Is it because the other 110 teams aren't going to field one?
No, John.
There will be COVID again?
no,
COVID again.
No,
Crap.
no more COVID. No more COVID.
Okay. Glad you're not making that prediction.
Thank God.
Now, if you would have made that prediction and hit it, then I would have said, great job by you.
That would have been quite the prediction.
Nice
All bow
prediction.
down.
There will be COVID.
Better than the overtime prediction of the Super Bowl.
My best prediction yet. Let's see if I can do one better.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Connor.
Bye, Haber.
Bye.
Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha, proudly bringing you the crossover. everlevelconcrete.com, the Grum, complete schedule breakdown and
Nice.
other nonsense on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Why did we use Dylan's Instagram? That's
Because I thought it was funny.
well, it's 2 days old.
Yeah, I thought it was funny, John.
Thought it was
There-
funny, John.
There wasn't other funny things you could have. I mean, a lot of funny things.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Wow.
You could have used this, the updated transfer portal graphic.
To be fair, you didn't update it until like literally
Yeah.
during the break.
I haven't even updated
but you could have
mine yet.
asked for it, and I
Yeah.
would have given it to you, and then it would have been then it would have been funny because it wouldn't have been updated because it wouldn't have had Jacob Hood's name on it, and it wouldn't have had Keona Davis's name crossed out because apparently he's back,
Folks.
Nick,
So
you wouldn't
that's
have.
two that has come back from the portal dead.
Nick, you need to add Noah. Don't call me Colonel Mustard Bustard to the list.
Yeah, where's Noah Colonel Mustard Bustard?
Yeah. Put him on the list, Nick. Get the tomatoes.
This is really annoying to keep up with.
It
When I started
is.
doing this graphic, I didn't
It
think it was going to be this
is.
annoying.
It's
interesting.
some might call it stupid.
I just
Stupid.
added Keona Davis to this graphic the other day. Too.
Yeah, well, now
You know
have
what?
to
Keep him on there.
No,
Nah,
cross
keep
him out.
I took Emmett Johnson out already.
Nice.
I mean, that's done.
Nice. Well, you got Eric Gilbert on there for some reason, even though I thought he was long gone. AJ Rollins.
Hey, it was reported. I got to put it on there.
That's true. That's true.
Got to put it on there. And who knows? Maybe there'll be others. Maybe there'll be
Whoa,
others.
did
Or
Tregori
maybe-
to say Borkature is in the portal? Is that true?
Okay, we can't be reading off of the comment section. They probably wrong.
Well, I gotta look this up now. I don't know how to spell Borkature. All
It's
right.
Bo Richter.
He did 38 minutes ago.
Say what?
Yeah, it was during the crossover. That's
Damn
how I
it.
missed it. Bo Richter is Bo gone. That didn't make any sense. A tight end for Nebraska has entered the portal. Wow. A tight end for Nebraska has entered
Okay, you stop.
the portal.
I know what you're trying to do here.
A tight end
You're trying to.
has entered
You don't do it.
the portal.
Don't do it.
Speaking of tight ends, my butt's hurting today.
Wow. Oh,
Worried-
come on.
Josh.
Really? You went there?
Worried that I pulled a muscle.
You
I'm really
went
hoping
there?
not, man. I used the
What
massage
the
gun on my
hell?
butt earlier, and I don't know.
You got to be careful with those.
Yeah, I'm worried that
Well,
it's
that
not
was
the
probably your
massage-
problem. You
No,
probably
it's-
sat on the
had a hard
gun
work-
and it went,
had a hard
went in a
workout.
bad
I had
spot.
a hard workout. Jess writes, "Return your books." That's an interesting reference. What do you think that's a reference to? Return your books. Is it my sweatshirt, which I wore for the record? I wore this sweatshirt because I just wanted to wear it today. There's nothing to read into about supporting a library, John.
Oh,
Nothing.
is this your campaign
Nothing.
thinking that the library at the
No.
busiest intersection in town is a smart
I
idea?
drove by that library today and I was thinking, man, why does John hate this? This is
'Cause
so
it's
cool.
stupid.
It's a cool building.
You don't go to libraries. Why do you care?
Yeah, John. Other people are going to use it.
I don't care if it's a cool building or not.
I do.
It's a bad location for a library.
It's a good place. People will use it though. It'll
Yeah.
be used.
Yeah,
People
exactly.
forget there's a college right up the road.
I'm going to stop by on my way home.
Here's an idea. Maybe they could have put it on the campus of the college. Actually, you know what? UNO's got their own library.
Do they? Oh, they do. I drive by that every day.
Most colleges do.
every day.
All right.
What will you be doing?
I think I've updated it. There it is.
Oh no,
Nate
Borkature. Well, let's see
It's
if you have
now
to.
on the list.
I wonder if John will have to update it anymore today.
Gosh, I hope not.
You never know, John.
Unless there's some more crossouts.
Maybe I should make
if we
like,
if we could get Noah Bustard to tell us that he's coming back, I would love to
Get
cross
the
that bridge.
mustard, because Bustard is back.
maybe I should make a few
Cut the mustard,
Graphics.
but not the bustard.
Nice.
grab the brat because it's time for the bustard.
Oh, I thought it was because it's time for what's for dinner. Omaha writes, it's not stupid. Shut up, John. There you go. The
It
whole
is
city
stupid.
says, John, you're an idiot.
Sure. Right.
Strigori says, John, you're going to need another column. Nope. The font will just get smaller.
No.
It's like Star Wars at the beginning when the font just flies away.
Yeah, we don't do multiple columns. The portal does not deserve multiple columns. It gets one column. One column only, please. Grumdown brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Home of the Rooferees.
Portal news, anything?
Well, you just we
Apparently
gave it.
we're breaking it all
Porkaiture. This is unreal. So
I
sad.
apologize to who said it in the comments.
Oh, Richter. Yeah, you were like, don't read comments from our listeners. They're idiots.
Idiot.
That was
Well,
Strigori.
but it's this special group. Remember,
They're a great group.
This is the you get one call only group of the comment.
One comment on YouTube only, please. We love our commenters.
Where the rule hires the right hires. Apparently, Jon Snow needs to defend Phil Snow.
I gotcha. It's
All right.
me.
We got big schedule overreaction. No Mike Schaefer today. Unfortunately, he had a schedule change.
Yep.
So he won't be joining us. But we were blessed with the beauty of the Big Ten schedule. We'll be able to break that happy news down. Speaking of happy, it's Happy How Much Did They Make Day.
What's that about?
This is Money Chris Day.
Money Chris
The
about
yearly
the Akron
USA
payout?
Today's analysis of all the coaching salaries came out today.
Okay.
Which is there were some interesting names on there that I had forgotten about.
Oh, interesting.
It's fired up for America's game.
America's game.
Yeah, America's game. We're fired up for America's game. It's Wednesday. We do this every Wednesday. Fired up for America's
I forgot
game.
about that game.
Yeah.
I can't wait to give my grade for this
You
weekend
forgot?
in college football. Yeah, of course I did. No, I didn't. Well, I guess I just did. I was like, are we talking about the documentary series on NFL Network about Super Bowl champions?
No.
Remember that thing, America's game?
No.
Okay.
Mitch Holtis is going to tell us all about Terrence Braden.
Bradshaw.
Terrence
Terry
Braden,
Bradshaw. Let's
go,
Nebraska's
baby.
new defensive line
Are you sure it's
coach.
not Braden?
Or T-Brad? Well, with two
Oof.
D's,
Yeah.
with two D's in his name, I would think it is Braden,
Like
right?
Madden.
Because Braden,
You would think so, but then
Braden
there's-
might be one D.
You would think so, but in Harry Potter,
If anyone's going to know, it's going to be Mitch Holtis.
no, in Harry Potter,
Uh-huh.
it looks like it's spelled Dobby,
That's,
but it's pronounced Dobby, right? Even though it's two B's.
I thought it was Dobby.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Because
Then.
Dobby even calls himself Dobby.
Oh, Dobby. Oh, Dobby.
So Dobby's that you're confusing Harry Potter and Anchorman 2 again.
Maybe I am. I thought that when I read the book, I was like, oh, I'm saying it in this way in my head, and I was talking about it with a friend, and I was like, yeah, Dobby, and he was like, no, it's pronounced Dobby.
I think your friend might have been an idiot.
Well, that friend is commenting in the YouTube section, so tough look for that guy.
It's
John?
Dobby.
Your thoughts?
Nerds.
Dobby. Oh, Dobby.
John, if we had you locked in a room and you had to choose between Fellowship and Sorcerer's Stone,
Oh, nice.
which one would you pick?
Fellowship is Lord
The
of
only way to
Rings.
leave the room is to watch one of these movies all the way through.
Sorcerer's Stone is
Which one's shorter?
Harry Potter. I think it's like 2 hours. I never saw the movies.
Which one's shorter?
I think Harry
That's the
Potter.
I
choice.
think Harry Potter shorter.
There you go.
Jimmy says Star Wars fans calling people nerds. Thank you, Jimmy. I say the same thing every time John calls someone a nerd.
That's true.
Meanwhile, John is over there
Nerds.
talking about Luke Skywalker's hand. Nerd.
I'm not talking
Not
about
even the
Luke
robotic one
Skywalker's
either, just
hand.
the normal
Yeah.
one. Like
I'm
a
talking
weirdo.
about his hand.
at this hand. That was Luke. Look at this hand.
Look at this normal
It
hand.
was like,
Greg Zenke had thoughts on the committee. I thought there was another ironic statement made.
cry me a river. Greg.
in all of that. And OH, oh God.
Nice. The politicians, John, your favorite people in the whole
Yeah.
wide world.
Yeah.
John loves two things, sports and politicians. And so when they come together, he's like, this
He's
is my,
giddy.
he's like, this is my dessert.
This is John's opening day.
It really is.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
402-951-1620. Is the 42 degrees the source hotline by your mom's house?
Your mom's house.
You got the text version of that too. It's the same number. You just punch in the same digits.
Duh.
We should have
What?
Way back in the day when they first started, when cell phones really started to get popular, there was always you could always dial the pound 1620.
That was on Alltel, I think.
That was Alltel.
Yeah, Kevin would say that. He said
Pound
402-951-1620. It was toll free at 877
951-1620.
and he said or pound 1620
pound
on Alltel
So-
wireless phones.
I
Yeah.
always hear it was like call toll free, but I just kind of assume every call is a toll free call now. I've never had to.
Well,
Well,
I've
it
never
is.
called and it wasn't.
It is.
toll-free.
There's really no such thing as.
yeah, that's why we don't say that anymore.
Yeah.
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 I hear it though.
Yeah.
I still hear it sometimes. Our toll free number is okay. It's just a
I mean,
number.
think about it. We turned the pound sign. Pound sign
The
was
hashtag.
the pound sign or hashtag. I mean, we hardly ever used it back in the day. And then we got the cell phones and it was pound 1400, like
Yeah.
pound 1620, whatever.
Pound Town.
And that got you to,
Nice.
the phone.
Yep.
And then now it's a hashtag.
Do you remember 10-10-3-2-1? You remember those things?
Yes.
What was the bit? What was
It was lower cost long distance.
So you would call it from your home, you would call 10-10-3-2-1 and then the phone number?
You could, yeah.
I don't understand that. That is weird.
Yeah, it was supposedly cheaper long distance.
I'm glad I didn't grow up in this.
So
world.
you
It sounds
dialed
like hell.
10 10 3 2 1
3-2-1.
and then the phone number.
Nick, there were so many commercials during football games
Yeah.
because that's how I always heard about these things.
Yeah.
There was 10-10-3-2-1, there was 10-10-2-20. I don't know.
It's like, hey babe, you want to see a movie this weekend? Sure. Let me call Movie Phone and see what's
Yeah.
playing.
For me, it was let me get out the living section. I love the living section. I'd look up movie times. They'd have the posters in there of the movie.
Did they
That was
call
the
where you-
advantage of growing up in a small town. We had one theater.
One
You-
theater.
So
You
you had
just
to
drive by and say, "Oh, look, Jedi's still playing. Let's go."
Did you call the obituaries the dead section?
No, I didn't really read those.
Yeah, I didn't either.
A couple comments. Hippie 1999 writes, John, Portal gets one column because he can't figure out how to use the second column in his spreadsheet. Is that true, John?
In Canva, you can just duplicate.
No,
Nice. He's doing it as a bit, folks.
It's a
Come
bit.
on. What
It's
are
a
you doing?
bit.
It's funnier when the font is smaller.
yes, that's the whole point. Is we want this to get really tiny.
Yeah. Tiny.
Well, we actually don't want it to get tiny unless it's just a bunch of people that nobody wants. But
Well, I think that's happening.
can't believe we have to explain the bit.
Come on. You don't want to have to explain jokes.
Oh, they should just if you did it in Canva, you could do 17 columns.
Well, guess what?
Go.
Canva sucks.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't suck,
It's the
John.
best. I used it today
PowerPoint's
to make
better.
It. I used it
I
today.
use it every day.
This was done in PowerPoint. Look how clean
Yeah, we
and
know.
beautiful it is.
Ah!
This also was done in PowerPoint. Well, actually, it was done on my computer. But
Mm.
anyway, a lot of stuff. Today.
Bayman writes, pound 1620 on your Alltel wireless phone. I still hear Kugler saying that in my head.
Do you think the guy who invented the hashtag symbol would be okay with what it's turned into? Or do you think he'd be like, whoa?
Who invented the pound or hashtag?
I don't know.
symbol?
Somebody did, though. Somebody made the decision this is going to be the symbol that we're putting on a phone.
You know,
Mhm.
that's actually a good question.
By the way, I just got a message from someone who said he's actually available if we still want to talk to him in 5 minutes.
Oh, Mike
Oh,
Schaefer?
Yeah,
Nice.
I prepared for him, so
And sure,
All right.
I did too.
all right, I'm gonna send him.
Hell
the-
yeah.
The symbol pound or hashtag, whatever you want to use, number sign, is variously known in English-speaking regions as the number sign, the hash, or the pound sign.
The hash 1620.
Hash
The
swinging
symbol has historically been used for a wide range of purposes, including the design of an ordinal number and as an abbreviation for pounds. Oh, do the British use it? No, the pound sign is in
Yeah,
British is that funky looking L thing,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And since 2007, widespread usage of the symbol to introduce metadata tags on social media platforms has led to such tags being known as hashtags. And
Behind
from
it.
that, the symbol itself is sometimes called a hashtag.
That's behind the tag.
Behind the tag.
Look at us teaching people things. Go us. By the way, Equitable Bank Inbox is another place you can
Equitable
contact
Bank Inbox.
Take banking personally.
If you
John at
have more-
1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com.
If you have more pound or hashtag facts, send them our way.
JTech Construction's own Twitter feed. It is a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
It is
Use the hash Dumb Debates
Or pound.
hashtag dumb debates
Yeah.
or pound dumb debates.
pound Dumb Debates, and then we'll pound those dumb debates later.
Other uses for the pound, the algebraic notation for chess, a hash after a move denotes checkmate.
Oh.
So I guess when you're scoring at home, your chess match, when you
Mhm.
put the hashtag there, that
Or
means
if you
yeah,
read game
yeah.
logs.
J-Man writes hash town greater than hash browns.
no, come
You
on.
don't like you don't like going to hash town, John?
What's hashtag?
I don't know what that is, but hash browns are great.
No.
What do you mean?
I didn't know if that was just a. I
What's
see.
hash town?
There's something about
I'm
the
innocent. I'm
diner
just a
hash
boy.
browns. They're the best.
Oh yeah.
It's because
Diner
it's got
hat.
all the hate and cynicism baked in.
Plus, they're thicker. I always like
The what?
Hate and cynicism. I love diners, but they're not always happy. Like, there's always like the chef yelling at the waitress. You're going back and forth with
I
each other.
never hear that.
Then you're not going to good diners.
Yeah, you
I
gotta go to
did
better
too.
diners.
I went to Denny's 3 times in Las Vegas. Never
Okay.
heard any. The only person I heard
Denny's.
yelling was the one lady yelling at all the people outside saying, "John's party at 4."
They do that.
It's like how the best Chinese restaurants are the ones that are unassuming and small. The best diners are the ones where the cook and the waitress are just yelling at each other the whole
Because
time.
they're having a relationship and it's bleeding over into the work hours.
Yeah, and then the waitress is like, "You want more coffee, hun?"
Nice.
You're like, "No, thank you.
I love diners.
I'm a tea boy.
Diners are great.
I love diners."
There you
Yeah,
go.
but the best part is at the Denny's, they just bring the coffee pot and they just set it there. You don't even have to wait for them. They're just there.
Do they
got
throw it
the-
in your face?
No, they
Nice.
do not throw it in their face.
Popeyes.
They were
Yum.
very nice.
The Popeyes of fast breakfast food.
Dave says, I went to Denny's 3 times in Las Vegas. Is the Steve Sipple of brags.
Hey, it was close and it was cheap.
Star Wars Fiend. John gave Josh crap for Jersey Mike's, and John went to Denny's 3 times in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apologize.
No, I'm not apologizing. It was close and it was cheap.
Interesting.
If there would have been another diner option that was close and cheap,
You would have gone there.
I would have gone.
Interesting.
But this one was close and cheap. It was right next to the ABC store where I got the 2 for $5 beers. Close and cheap. And Mike Schaefer apparently is going to join us.
He's going to
next
join us when we return.
on 1620 The Zone.
Has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and More. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
Curbside pickup and delivery available, and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. Yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Husker 24/7 joining us from his humble abode in Lincoln, Nebraska. Hello, Schaefer.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, Schaefer.
It's good to have you. We got an update today on the portal. It looks like Keona Davis is back, folks.
So wild.
It is. This is crazy. I was going to ask you about it today. I said, is there anyone out there? Could there be another Emmett Johnson out there? And lo and behold, it's Keona Davis. This is a big return get for Nebraska.
Yeah, no, I think Keona Davis staying is a pretty nice win for Nebraska. I mean, it was a guy that they clearly thought highly enough of that you had him play as a freshman. He's someone that I think they really think can take a big step moving forward in his career, even as early as next year. And he was someone I was surprised to see enter the portal. As you guys know, I like to come up with ideas for radio shows that aren't mine. So I've got one, and I want to say it before I forget. Whether it's Bruntz or Robin Washut or Sipple or somebody that isn't me, you should do a game going forward with the portal where one of the questions you ask them is like what jersey number Noah Bustard wore. Or Riker Evans. Or, you can do easy ones like Jamari Butler too. But you should just work that in for your guests going forward here during portal season and just see what the overall hit rate is on knowing jersey numbers of even some of the deep cuts.
What number did Gabe Irvin wear, Schaefer?
He was 22 for the longest time.
Okay.
Nice.
Because Dowdell's 23.
Yeah.
And Emmett Johnson's 21. Okay, so he was right in the middle of them.
It was very nice that they kept him in sequential order like that.
When I'm guessing we're all this way. When I was 13, 14, 15, I knew every player, every number.
Yep.
I am so bad with it now. I couldn't tell you what Borgature is. I think he was 87.
87.
Oh, he was 87. Okay.
I feel like by the second or third game, I'm pretty well locked into it because you're up in the, John knows you're up in the press box. They give you the nice big chart with the numbers on it. Like you're able to go with it. There were numbers though that were right next to each other where I would often confuse Willis McGahee the fourth with
Yeah.
Prince Will Uman Mielen. And so then it's like on the message board or on Twitter, I'm like, oh, what a nice play by Prince Will. And someone's like, it was Willis. And,
and today's uniforms tend to bunch up a little bit more.
You can't tell if it's an 8 or a 9.
Exactly. And so it's really, it's harder to tell sometimes. And then you got to look and go, oh, he's got a big ass. That's Ty.
Nice. Big ass tie, baby.
Yeah.
Big ass tie.
So yeah, it can get a little confusing, but that's a great point. By the way, does anyone know what Noah Bustard's number is?
No.
I do. Sorry.
Yeah.
It looks like it was 50.
Yeah.
They repurposed Dave Remington's number? This is blasphemy.
Nice.
Well,
pretty sure Kai Wallen was 93, right?
Yes.
Like the big graphic came across for Kai Wallen in the portal, and I'm like, oh, that's the guy wearing the Sioux jersey. Okay.
Well, since we were last on the air yesterday, we had 3 new coaches confirmed. Well, new coach reassigned, new coach confirmed, new coach confirmed. John Butler, defensive coordinator. You had a chance to talk with some folks, especially those who are incoming to the program. What has been the reaction to the Butler ascension to the head job?
I mean, certainly the recruits that have either signed with Nebraska that are defensive backs or are being recruited by Nebraska that are defensive backs speak really highly of John Butler. I mean, it seems like he's a pretty personable individual in terms of the recruiting. Seems like he's kind of tenacious. Like, he's on the phone with these guys a lot. Like I definitely have heard that he is one of the better relationships that somebody in the 2026 class has with any coach, regardless of school. And so I think he's done a nice job in that regard. I had thought it was going to be John Butler really since, the summer when we were kind of told that he was hired to be there as the next defensive coordinator should Tony White leave. And nothing really changed for me on that as this process went. I know that people were like, oh, if he was going to be the guy, why wouldn't you have just said it right away? Well, I'm guessing Rule wanted to see what the outside interest was, or he wanted to kind of figure out what he wanted the staff to sort of look like, but they'll have an opportunity to talk on that. We'll learn more about what the nuts and bolts of it were, or, if there was any external candidates that just turned it down. I mean, there's, I don't know if we'll get all of that, but I'm not super surprised by it. And honestly, people don't want to hear this because I think they wanted it to be like a big name guy. It's Matt Rule's defense. It's John Butler's the defensive coordinator, and I think that Matt Rule will give him autonomy, but it's still going to be the defense that Matt Rule wants to play, the style that Matt Rule wants to play. They're going to be coached how Matt Rule wants them to be coached. I don't think a lot's going to change with that. Like maybe stylistically it won't look exactly like Tony White's defense, but I'm not anticipating things to get completely out of whack here. I mean, the biggest thing right now is they just have to really focus on the player procurement and try to add to their defensive line and have that front seven to where it's a strength for you again. Because that's the one thing for 2 years that Tony White had that I think really dictated Nebraska's success. They had a really good front seven. And so if you're able to do that again, with John Butler, I think the secondary can fall into place. It wasn't as good this past year, but I am not wringing my hands over the fact that it's not a named defensive coordinator, or it's not the guy from SMU or whatever it was. The big rumors were because Matt Rule just has good defenses. It's the same reason why, it's unfortunate to lose Terrence Knighton. I was never that concerned about replacing a defensive line coach, just given the incredible history of defensive line coaches Matt Rule has. And then Philip Simpson kind of felt like that was going to be a little obvious too. And so for me, a lot of how this has come together, I just feel like it's kind of what I anticipated because of who Matt Rule is and how he's done this. And people are going to be like, well, they got to have more experience, or they got to have this, or they got to have that. Nobody thought of Terrence Knighton in the same way when he left as they did when he arrived. And you're going to help me out here because I'm blanking on the name because, of course, I'm on live radio and I can't think of the new defensive line coach. But he comes in with a wealth of experience with one of the best defensive lines in the best league in the country. Like I think it's going to be okay with the defensive line. Plus, he can just ask every recruit, "Do you want to be Chris Jones?"
Nice.
It's going to help out.
Yeah. Terrence Braden, by the way, is the Terry Braden. We call him. John doesn't want to call him Terry because we keep wanting to say Terry Bradshaw. is the new defensive line
Terrence
coach.
Braden.
So we're going with
Why
Terrence.
not just call him Mr. T?
Mr.
Ooh,
T.
I like that.
The idea guy strikes again. Schaefer, you said it a few minutes ago. This is Matt Rule's defense. So what is the Phil Snow impact on things then? And how much will his hands be in the cookie jar that is the defensive game plan and game day activities?
It sort of feels like Phil Snow is kind of the clearinghouse of what happens with the defense. I mean, I think he's the extra set of eyes. And this was one of the things that came up in November when he was hired is I wondered how Tony White would feel about that. And we don't really know. I mean, we've been told that he wanted to be in Florida for family reasons, et cetera. I think it probably extends beyond that, but I don't know that we're ever going to get total clarity reported on that. So we'll see. We'll certainly try. But, I would imagine John Butler was more than okay with the idea that Phil Snow was going to be involved. I think that this was in the works from the moment that Phil Snow came to Nebraska, just like Dana Holgorsen did. I think Matt Rule wants to have his CEO role, but also wants to have lieutenants that he can trust. And he's got a guy in Phil Snow who's run his defense throughout most of his coaching career. And this is a guy that he can kind of work with John Butler. And that frees up Matt Rule to do all the other stuff that, being a head coach is. It really feels like he's got, Dana Holgorsen as head coach on offense. You've got co-head coaches on defense with Phil Snow and John Butler. And then Matt Rule is able to kind of go and be where he's needed. This is what people have said they've wanted all along. It's just different because I don't think people thought that Phil Snow was going to be back involved with Nebraska to the degree that he's going to be.
Yeah.
The speed dating round of the portal has now begun with visitors coming in this week. How busy are things going to be over the next few days?
Yeah, it's going to be busy, but it's also massively confusing because you have people that are like, yeah, I'm going to take this visit, and then they're just somewhere else because everything is changing, repeatedly, and information almost is as old as the moment that you hit enter to send the tweet or the publish the update because of how fast everything else is moving. There's guys that I thought were going to be coming in this week visiting Nebraska that it, doesn't seem like that's going to play out the way that we thought. There's positions, long snapper has popped up already. I think that's a good sign. I think everybody agrees that was an area Nebraska needed to get somebody out of the portal that they're going to be comfortable with next year. You like seeing defensive line and offensive line guys pop up for Nebraska in the portal. We've seen wide receivers mentioned at this point in time. But a lot of it to me is, these guys will confirm, yeah, I'm going to be here on this day. And then that day rolls around and you're like, all right, did you make it in? And then it's just silence or the update. So-and-so is in Georgia. Well, that's not Nebraska. So, it's like tracking this is going to be as confusing as it is tracking who's going in and who's coming back out.
Would you bank on at least somebody or maybe multiple people who don't even make visits and maybe it's just a Zoom meeting or something and they get a commitment that way?
It's possible. I don't know why a recruit would do it like that unless they're really worried that their spot is just going to be gone immediately. I think it's all going to be situationally dependent on player, on recruits. I mean, they've given a carte blanche to the schools to have as many visitors as they want. So a place like Nebraska can just pay to have a kid fly from Philadelphia to Lincoln on a Wednesday, be there for 16 hours, and then send him on his way, and they'll have made a determination whether he's a fit for the program or not. So I think, if you're Nebraska, you try to get these guys in. You try to get them in as early as you can. Heard from one program earlier this week that's like, yeah, if we're the second visit and he actually takes the first visit, we don't plan on that kid showing up. So, there's a lot of competition to try to get these guys in because not everybody takes 5 visits or takes 3 visits or even takes 2 visits. I mean, if you have a really strong need and you put together the NIL package and everything comes together, you get a lot more quick guesses in this sort of period than you certainly do in normal recruiting.
Schaefer, I saw a tweet earlier today from one of your colleagues at 24/7 Sports.
Oh, no. What did we do?
Brad Crawford, he tweeted out a list of NIL collective funding per NCAA estimates, and it had Texas at the top at $22 million. Inside it, now this is where it gets a little tricky for my question for you, because there was no link to where these estimates were coming from, and it seems like, given the screenshots that he tweeted out, that a listener or a reader of his found it and had Nebraska inside of this, and I'll send this link to you, John, at $7.97 million in terms of collective funding, and doing quick cursory math, I would guess that that's somewhere in the top 25-ish. I wonder if that sounds right to you, given how much we do and don't know still about all this stuff a few years in.
Yeah, I mean, it does, because I don't think we have a great understanding of what every player is getting. I mean, we know that there's a fair amount of programs that are set up for Nebraska where every athlete is getting funded to a degree. But what does an individual person make? That we don't have the information for. And I don't know that we will until this all fully comes in-house, and then you have the contracts and it's public information. So it'll be interesting, how that plays out. That number sounds right to me, but honestly, I'm just guessing. I don't work with 1890 in any capacity. I don't have any clue. I don't really even ask these guys what their NIL situations are, because I can't verify any of this. And so to me, I always think it's a bit of a mistake to attach a number to anybody's name, because there's no way that you can verify it unless you've seen the paperwork from the collective themselves, or if you really trust the individual involved. And, some cases, the Tennessee quarterback, everybody knows, because that got made very, very public. But in a lot of it, what Dylan Raiola is making per season relative to Heinrich Harburg, relative to Noah Bustard, I mean, wildly different things.
How do you get that number up, Schaefer? Like, is that just the neighborhood that you think Nebraska will be living in? Is that kind of, edge of the top 25, or is there a world where they're able to get it closer to the top 15?
Well, I mean, the obvious answer is they need to win football games and make people feel like this is a program that's on the upswing, right? Like, if Josh and I are relatively the same age, and people in our age group are becoming increasingly apathetic about Nebraska football, and people in that age group 30 years ago were massive donors to the university. And the other thing is, you have all of these projects. You just had the big facility renovation. Now there's the big stadium thing going on. All of this stuff, the average fan doesn't have access to an unlimited amount of money, and they have to determine what it is that they're comfortable donating. And frankly, it's not like Nebraska's donor base is full of, Fortune 500 CEOs or these sort of business leaders that can just drop massive amounts of money. And so you're going to have to figure out how to get the groundswell of grassroots support, but also not have it take away from all the other things that people are being asked to donate for with this university. And they have to do it with a program that hasn't won anything of any, I don't know what the word I want to use here, but they haven't won anything that matters since 1999. And then the thing that ultimately matters since 1997. I mean, they haven't been in position to play for one since 2001. Like, there's just a lot
since 2012.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff in there where it's like, okay, why is that guy who now has expendable income just going to give it to Nebraska football? Like, it's just, it's a difficult thing to understand where and how Nebraska is going to grow this money. I understand there's a rabid fan base, but it's a rabid fan base of people who aren't, 1%ers. Like, that's real money to them. They can't just be giving it away to help Nebraska get a third wide receiver who might score 2 touchdowns and catch 15 passes. Like, this is what we're talking about.
And let's face it, there's still a healthy enough percentage of the population going, why am I donating to this? Why are these kids making this money in the first place? There's still enough people out there that are kind of, disenchanted with the whole process. And let's face it, if I donate to the Cancer Foundation, I can ask them, hey, where's this money going? And they can provide me an accounting. This is different. You're just giving it to them, and then it just kind of goes somewhere. There's still a lot of mystery involved in how all this works.
And generally, people who have large sums of money don't get that way by just giving it away without a return on investment.
Cue all the people who are probably now mashing their keyboards saying, "How come Warren Buffett?"
Well, yeah,
doesn't
Trevor
donate?
just mentioned. I mean, yeah, he
doesn't donate to sports teams.
Yeah, for every Phil Knight, there are 100 people like that just don't.
Yeah,
but Phil Knight So the return on the investment for Phil Knight is he wants to see them win a national title.
Yeah.
The warm
His
and
ego.
fuzzies will be worth it for him.
Oh,
if they do.
and he runs a shoe company that he kind of uses his school as a testing ground.
Yeah.
Well, and John would understand this reference probably more than Josh would, but Mitch Ilitch, the longtime owner of the Tigers, who basically just, will pay Justin Verlander and Miguel Cabrera and Max Scherzer all of this money because I'm going to die in 5 years anyways, and I want a title before that. And so, you kind of have to have those types of people. Like, I think that's essentially what's happening at Michigan. It's already an area where they have a large donor base to begin with, but now you have access to some of these CEOs and they know what it matters. And they know what it means to them that Michigan won a national title. So all that money that they have access to is now going in. It creates a series of have and have nots. And Nebraska's not a have not, but they're definitely going to have to figure out how to maximize the bang for buck. And they're going to have to figure out how to win with market inefficiencies because they're not always going to have top players or top money to throw at top players. So it's quite a conundrum. And this is where Matt Rule being in the NFL, I think, is one of the more helpful aspects of his background right now.
Well, and this is another example of, the challenges a small state has.
Yeah.
Because they don't have as many alums. They don't have as many raw people in the population, and
they don't have a big lake for people to hang out in either.
Well, they do. It's just way out west.
Well, not a big lake by the population, John.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah. It's way the heck out there. Now, if what you're saying is true and they decide to open the floodgates and wash out Ashland, then maybe there's hope.
I think you'd lose a lot of money if you wash out Ashland, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crap. Well, we can't do that. Now what are we going to do? I guess we're going back to Okoboji.
By the way, it is wild. Because you mentioned the number of alums. I always think of Alabama because it's not like Alabama is this incredible state in terms of a lot of things. They have more than 200,000. No offense to Alabama.
Alabama just catching strays from a Nebraska radio.
I wouldn't want to live there.
It is Creighton, Alabama.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're
very bitter rivalry.
So now this is according to their website, the University of Alabama, more than 200,000 living alumni. Nebraska's website, more than 193,000. I mean, it doesn't seem like that big of a difference, but Alabama people are like, we'll throw all of our money at this program, and we don't do that here. So it is interesting because they do it at Alabama.
They wouldn't be doing that either if it hadn't been for Nick Saban coming along in 2000 whatever.
And not to be typical, but they did that though. They said we want Nick Saban, and they were like, here you go.
I get that, but if he doesn't have those results, they're not throwing. It's hard to ask people to part with their money. It's even harder when the product hasn't been good.
See, I'll disagree, though, because I think Alabama, if Saban wouldn't have worked, you know what they would have done? They would have just tried again, because that's what they do. Alabama tries over, and we'll say that they're crazy and they're insane, and they'll fire DeBoer in 2 years, but that's how they operate.
What is the difference between Alabama and USC, who's essentially the same thing? They'll keep trying and trying and trying. A different coach every 3 years. They've got money in that fan base. They've got a large fan base. Surprisingly,
it's a private university, though, right? So it's harder.
Yeah.
Yeah. The California system, I feel like that makes it more difficult.
Well, but they're not a part of the California system. That's
my point is, you can try and you can throw money at the problem. It doesn't mean the problem's going to get fixed. No, it doesn't mean that success 100%. Is going to follow.
No, I guess the point that I'm ultimately trying to make is I understand it when people get really mad that the problem is there and you have to win to solve the problem. But it's it does seem chicken or egg when we have this, how do you get more money? Well, you got to win. Well, how do you win? You probably have to have more money. And so around and around and around it goes, but not my money. Figure it out.
You could also have hired better football coaches on your first multiple attempts.
That would definitely help.
That would help.
This is a great topic, Schaefer, that you and I could unpack a little more on Friday.
Among many football coaches?
Yeah, let's do it. We have Alan Bell on Friday. Alan Bell's going to join us.
Coming on?
Yeah, we're going to talk some NFL. Schaefer picked
True Grit,
the new one. We'll do that.
I still got to watch that. I got to get that done.
Yeah, I did it last night. So we'll do that. And then who knows? And we'll probably talk about the NFL. Probably for a segment.
Oh, which TV show can we compare NFL players to this time?
Excellent topic.
I just finished that Sopranos docuseries, or the 2 episodes on David Chase. So I'm all in on the Sopranos. Maybe we just go with that for Friday.
Maybe we do Sopranos comparisons. I'm looking forward to it.
Man, there's a lot of different comparisons.
Oh, there are indeed.
Many different comparisons. Remember when, oh my God, who was the former Jets coach?
Saleh?
No, this is going
Rex
back.
Ryan?
Before Ryan. Or was it before?
Mangini? He was on
The Sopranos.
Remember?
Because Tony wanted to meet him.
Uh-huh.
It's
So
just
funny.
like they just did this cameo just so they could have him on. Lawrence Taylor did a cameo. Yeah. We're big fans.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Shave, thanks. And appreciate you filling in. And we'll hear from you on Friday.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Have a great one.
Bye,
You bet.
Shave.
There's Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7.
I'm happy we got a chance to talk to him.
I
That was
am
fun.
too.
Good conversation towards the end. And look, it's very easy to spend people's money, right? That's not mine. But I do find the comparison. I always think of Alabama because that is not a state. And they would say the same about us, and rightfully so, right? Doesn't really
Alabama is not a state.
Doesn't
You're
seem
right.
like it has a lot to offer, right? There's not these beaches, and I guess they're on the ocean, right? So I guess you got, or a Gulf, whatever it is down there, Gulf. You got some water, but it's like, it's just Alabama, their education system. It's one of the poorer states. It's one of the lower ranked states in terms of education. It's a lot of these things. And the alumni bases are very similar numbers. And yet they will pony up every single time. They always have, and they always will.
Alabama's got a lot of famous alums. And remember how many different professional athletes they have cranked out over the decades. A lot of very famous professional athletes. And so that helps too. And so it just kind of feeds into this. And I've recommended this before. Saturdays in the South, which was like a 9-part.
Was that part of the ESPN
documentary? 30 for it wasn't 30 for 30, but it was on the SEC network that goes decade by decade through the SEC.
Yeah,
and you really get an appreciation for just how much that sport means to them.
Yeah,
and we think we love it around here, and we do.
Yeah,
but it is a whole different level down there. And so we make fun of it just means more. But you talk about a statement that is but braggadocious, but true. It's that. It just means more. And it always has, going back to like the 20s.
And maybe ultimately I'm asking a question that I know the answer to, and that is this: it's just something we don't want to hear. Alabama cares more about football than Nebraska does, and actually that's why.
And I think there's an element to that.
Isn't that interesting?
I think
because we seem, like you said, we love it, and yet they put their money where their mouth is. Alabama would not stand for spending this little on a roster, for better and worse, right? If you're a fan, you say for better, but they wouldn't stand for that. And climate, they're in a warmer area, like closer to talent. They have all of these advantages that Nebraska will not have. But they also do the other thing too, and that is they spend the money because they do care more, which, don't really feel like you say that about a lot of programs in the country. But
yeah,
maybe we should.
And, there is that frugal nature of Nebraskans too.
Yeah.
That dates back to the Dust Bowl days and beyond. It's just, kind of in the culture of how the state was founded. And so often it's made fun of, they got $1 million for tight end coach. But I mean, people do care how much it's getting spent because they look at it, because they'll look at something like that and say, well, if they can spend $1 million on a tight end coach, what do they need my money for?
That is true. I don't know how many people have asked us, what does it mean for his salary since he got fired? And I know, like, it annoys me. Same with the Akron thing. It's like, who cares? It's not a big deal. And yet, in a way, that does kind of explain a lot, doesn't it?
It does, because I guarantee you there might be people who might be willing to donate, even just a little, who are like, look at all this damn money they're making.
Yeah.
What do they need mine for? I'm already paying this much for tickets. I'm already paying this much for this and that and the other thing.
And the idiots in the comment section who just want to troll all the time are saying, well, it doesn't have anything to do with Alabama winning national championships. No, it's not that. It's not that. I don't know how you're missing the point of they spend money no matter what era they are in. When they hired Saban, they weren't coming off the glory days. But you know what they said? We don't stand for this. We need to be better. And then they did. They reset the market. We've had that conversation many times. Because I've argued Nebraska should want to reset the market. But you say either they shouldn't or they won't. And you're certainly right about the latter.
No,
Alabama doesn't care about resetting the market. They're happy to reset the market. Let's do it again. Hey, have you seen the photos of the weird little suite area that they have for their bigwig boosters with wooden floors and chandeliers and leather couches.
I do like wooden floors.
Nebraska doesn't have that at Memorial Stadium. And again, they've been good, so they put those in. But how do they get good? They spent the money.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the money, we got more details on the money and how it's being spent. We have that. We got big schedule overreaction. We've got
fired up for football.
Fired up for America's game, Mitch Holtis, and more on 1620 The Zone. The best part about this conversation is everyone just trying to spend other people's money. Jimmy says if people can afford $100,000 vehicles, they can help Nebraska football. Maybe they just don't choose to.
That's the answer. Again, that goes back to the point of I think Alabama fans care more about football than Nebraska fans do.
Sure. I mean, it's not that hard. It really isn't. You know, if you have the money and you want to make it great, then go right ahead and donate. But if you don't, then you don't.
It's not some weird moral obligation to give money to Nebraska.
No, it's not. Hippie says that we're spinning. What are we? I don't think anything is being spun right now.
Nothing's being spun.
Again,
Just
so
telling you what I think.
If you missed it, and this was something that I saw from a 24/7 writer, and I found the link, and this is an NCAA NIL estimate from the NCAA, and Nebraska's was at $7.97 million. There was a listener of ours, Zach, who added up where they were. They are 29th in the country. They are 11th in the Big Ten in terms of NIL spending. Now, if you want to disagree with that, that's fine, because they're behind teams like Wisconsin and Illinois and Iowa. And if that's true, that'd be really disappointing. Oregon is not even in the top 10. Their NIL is supposedly only $10 million. Indiana's is higher, which they have pumped a ton of money in since they brought in Sigs. So I don't think that is far off. But Schaefer said that number sounds about right. Nothing is being spun. And I'm not saying that this is the reason that Nebraska football has been bad. They have spent their money poorly. They have hired bad coaches for a long time now.
Mm-hmm.
But I do find this interesting that other schools are willing to put more into their program, more resources, more dollars, and Nebraska doesn't. That's not spinning. It's a fact.
And again, some of it is because they are bigger schools and they have a bigger population from which to draw. Nebraska does not.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked about this ad nauseum. Nebraska is the smallest state in the union to host or house multiple national champions in either football or basketball.
Mm-hmm.
No other state.
And that's why we started
No
talking about
smaller state
Alabama.
does it.
Was because I was thinking of alumni, and
Sure.
Nebraska's alumni base, it seems very similar to Alabama's. Now, Jimmy says, but aren't we the most loyal? So loyalty doesn't mean care. See, it's a good question, but you and I have had this discussion a lot. You and I do think that people show their loyalty more as a form of obligation and we have to do this.
Yeah.
And look, a sense of pride in the sellout streak. And you can have that. I'm not going to be critical of that. Alabama doesn't do that, though. Alabama says, why is our coach wearing a T-shirt? We're going to pay the money to fire him, and then we're going to bring in somebody better.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like, we have to fill up the stadium. But they don't. Their priorities are in different places. Nebraska's priority from fan base is to fill up the stadium.
Yeah.
Is to fill up. And it's a good question.
And to some people, paying the ticket to show up for what has been a subpar to bad product, to them is like, man, I'm doing more than my fair share.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, again, it's funny how everyone's like, well, people should just give more. Okay, well, you give more then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fun. Again,
don't tell other people how to spend their money.
I don't donate to the university, and I imagine I never will. Especially at this job.
Here's Trent. Hi, Trent. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
First of all, John, go Niners tomorrow night. I don't think we have a chance, but go Niners.
Oh, you have a chance. We haven't swept the. When's the last time we swept the Niners? I got to think about that.
Not in like 12 years, I think. 11, 12 years, something like that.
Doesn't matter. We got the win that mattered most.
So I'm in my early 40s. I was lucky enough. My family was lucky enough to go to all 3 90s national championship games, and shell out quite a bit of money for tickets throughout the years. And I was a season ticket holder for a while in the 2000s. And I'm one of those people. I won't give a dime to the football program at this point, because what kind of product am I getting in return? I would much rather at this point give to the volleyball program. And one of the interesting things, my father, who never watched a volleyball game ever, my mom used to watch him in the basement and he'd watch whatever upstairs. Now he is fully into Nebraska volleyball.
Mm-hmm.
My father-in-law, same kind of thing. He can name every player, their plays. Like, he is fully into Nebraska volleyball. And I'm wondering, we make a joke about Nebraska being a volleyball state when our football team's bad. But I mean, are we actually turning into a state that has a little bit more pride in that program than anything else?
I mean, to some degree, yeah. I mean, it's still going to always be a football state.
Thanks for the call.
By the way, 2018 is the last time we swept the 49ers.
Wow.
But the certainly, and if you see some of the crowd at the volleyball matches, there's a lot of olds that sit there in those expensive seats in the front row.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably an element of folks who, throw more money into that than they do football. Perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, this is the problem when you got a smaller state. That's all there is to it. And let's face it, the return on investment has not been great. It hasn't.
It hasn't.
It's easier for a state like Alabama to throw more support behind, what Alabama football's done, given what they have done. And sometimes at some point,
feel like
people
your
want
money
a proof
is-
of concept.
Yes.
And let's face
I feel
it,
like your money is going
as
somewhere.
much as we talk about how Nebraska has overachieved historically, they have underachieved in the last decade or so. The fact that they went almost 8 straight years without a bowl bid.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost impossible to do. That's like missing the NBA playoffs. It shouldn't happen. So I think there is a level of dissatisfaction that goes into that.
Yeah, Dwayne.
And I think Schaefer brought up a good point. They just got done building a multi-million-dollar facility. They're going to be going to people again and asking for money for the stadium.
Dannon's already said it recently. Remember, he kind of made a joke about it, about their record and how we want to be asking for money with a good record, not a bad record.
Yeah.
And along those lines, Dwayne The Rock Hudson writes on YouTube, I have an opinion. All it will take is 1 9-3 season for those football numbers to skyrocket.
Wrong show.
Yes, I have an opinion is on Happer Show, but we have wondered about that for years because Nebraska now has been so bad for so long, and the 6-6 season came with a 1-5 finish, like all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does happen if they have a season like Illinois just had? Illinois went 9-3. Do they really have any super memorable wins? I mean, they came into Lincoln and ruined their 400 sellout party, but otherwise, who did they lose to? They lost to Penn State, they lost to Oregon, and they lost a third game that I can't remember right now for the life of me. But they finished with 9 wins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going to a good bowl. Like, they're going somewhere warm, which is what people wanted as well. And so, yeah, what happens if you get one of those years where you feel like you're building towards something? Because of all the sins of this year, one of the things that I know is frustrating for a lot of people is it doesn't feel like they are building towards something. It feels more stagnant and that they hit their head on the ceiling. And they're going to try now a different way moving forward, and we'll see what happens.
402-951-1620. We'll get to some more of your thoughts, and we'll look at some of these salaries, the coaching salaries, because some of those numbers came out today.
That'll fit this conversation.
It will fit this conversation quite well, and there's some familiar old names that showed up on this list, too, on 1620 The Zone. USA Today has done their annual survey of all of the public institutions in college sports to compare what they're paying their coaches. And in past, it was just about the head coaches, but now they look into the coaching staffs as well, because in the case of some schools, they spend more money on their coaching staffs, the assistants, than their head coach. And there was some interesting things pulled out. Now, this is just the public institutions, schools like USC and Northwestern. They don't have to report because they are public institutions or private institutions. So you won't see any USC or Northwestern data, for example. Vanderbilt would be
Notre Dame.
One. Notre Dame. But the 10 highest paid assistants in college football, all of them coordinators, most of them defensive coordinators. In fact, the top 4 highest paid coordinators were all defensive coordinators, led by Blake Baker at LSU, Wink Martindale at Michigan, Jim Knowles at Ohio State, and Pete Golding at Ole Miss. As far as highest paid non-coordinator, here's a name from the past.
Yeah.
Vince Morrow.
I remember Vince.
Associate head coach, tight ends coach, and recruiting coordinator, $1.3 million.
Wow.
Highest paid position coach is Michigan D-line coach Lou Esposito, makes just under $1.3 million.
You're probably wondering, where was Tony White?
Where was Tony White?
Nick, I'm happy that you asked. 16th at $1.6 million.
I'm glad he's not here anymore.
Not too far from the outside.
Nope.
Not too far from the top 10.
Yeah, some coaches around him or just above him. Phil Parker at Iowa. He was 11th at $1.9 million. He's their defensive coordinator. Let's see. Colin Klein down at Texas A&M, their OC. Bobby Petrino at Arkansas, $1.5 million at 22nd. So that's the neighborhood that he was hanging out in. Satterfield, obviously, 30th at $1.4 million.
Do we have...
And get the jokes like this one from Zach. Nebraska's number 1 in tight end salaries. Something to be proud of.
Do we have this list from last year, too, to compare and contrast where people are now?
No, I don't. I mean, someone could probably look it up, but I didn't have it. What I did do, though, was bring up, just looked at all the Big Ten programs, assistant pool, head coaching salary, and then added the 2 numbers together.
Okay.
So, and this is just for the full-time, what we consider the full-time assistants, right?
So what, the 10 assistants and then the head coach.
So we're not talking about all of the different analysts. And now this study will get real interesting in future years.
Because it'll have who's the highest paid analyst.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But on the list, Nebraska, 7th in assistant coaching salary pool at $6.775 million. That is just behind Michigan State and just ahead of Indiana. In head coaching salary, and remember, Rule salary has an escalator, so it's 6.5 this year, which is only 10th.
But it's also offset by the Carolina Panthers. So if you were to add those numbers together, he would be, I think he would be second only to Ryan Day, right? Because I think he's making 9.
Yeah.
Isn't he making in that 8 to 9 range?
Yeah,
so he's
I'm not
somewhere in
sure.
the top 4
But
or
this
5.
is just based on what he was paid last year.
Yeah.
So for the total, Nebraska's total assistant coaching or coaching pool, we'll call it, is $13.3 million. That's 7th in the conference. That's behind Michigan State, and that's just ahead of Wisconsin. Ohio State easily leads. Yeah. Ohio State's got an assistant pool of $11 million.
Wow.
Ryan Day's getting paid 10
to lose to Michigan.
So $21 million. Wow. The next nearest school is Oregon.
What are they paying?
Who has an assistant pool of $8.2 million. And then Lanning's getting 8.2, so that's 16.4. So they're full $5 million behind Ohio State. Everyone else is relatively close. Michigan's 3rd, $15 million. Iowa's 4th at $14.9, tied with Washington. Washington ponied up a lot. It's interesting, and what's really interesting is to see how, and again, we don't have USC's data.
Correct.
But look at Oregon and Washington. The last 2 programs that got into the Big Ten.
Yep, and look how much money they spend.
And they are 2nd and 4th, respectively, in how much they spend. UCLA, meanwhile, only spends $4.6 million on their assistants and 3.2 on the head coach. That's $7.9 million.
Yikes.
Of the schools that we have full data for.
That's the last.
They're last.
Yeah, because we don't have the assistant salary pool for Penn State. And
I don't know why either. I'm
that's
not
weird.
sure what
and
the
then
deal is
and then
with that.
Northwestern and USC, and that's how you round up to 18.
So it's very likely that UCLA is last.
Fascinating.
UCLA is last.
I'm happy that this came out today and that we ended up having that conversation we did about the NIL stuff, because I mean it very much fits into it. You know, Nebraska's salary pool's just 7th in the conference. Head coach, that's different again because of the Panthers situation, but kind of middle of the pack rather than, you know, why aren't they in the upper quarter? Why aren't they a top 5 team in terms of total salary? Because that's just not how they operate, and they've always operated this way. Though I will say this. Nebraska, I remember when I was in college, it felt like Nebraska was way on the cheap. And I don't think they're on the cheap anymore. It's just that they're not.
No, they're still in the upper half.
Yes. Like when Bo got hired, Bo was making pennies, comparatively speaking.
And honestly, there's a chance that, but when this comes out next year, they might bump up a little more, because keep in mind that you had some guys like Garrett McGuire, Rob Dvorak, who were pretty low on the totem pole in terms of what they were making because of their inexperience.
Yes.
Nebraska's staff theoretically is more experienced, or will be more experienced next year. And remember, this is only for the 10 full-time coaching positions. Nebraska now is really starting to develop more of a staff that has, you know, the X's and O's side and the recruiting side, where, you know, they've grown. I mean, there's a lot of analysts. They have grown the overall size of the football program.
Yeah, like what is Phil Snow going to get paid? You know, like I imagine his salary is going to be fairly nice.
Sure.
You know, given his title.
So
I guess what is his title? Isn't it associate head coach?
It's associate head coach.
Yeah, so I mean that's a pretty good title. It's a pretty good title.
Associate head coach.
Mm-hmm.
There was another name that showed up on here. Do you know who the second highest paid assistant coach in the American Conference is?
American Conference. Is it Bobby D?
Danny Langsdorf.
Danny Langsdorf?
The offensive coordinator at Temple.
Oh, look at you, Danny.
Who's making $504 million. Did you know that Army has the highest paid coaching staff in the American?
No.
Your tax dollars at work.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. All of our money going to help Army.
$2.978 million.
Nice job winning the conference.
So, yeah, there's
Headley, I would have been okay finishing 7th in the Big Ten this year. Seems like we overpaid. Yeah, what did Nebraska finish? 12th?
Do you know who the third highest paid assistant coach in the Mountain West is?
Is that Lubick?
That would be Chins. Playoff bound, by the way, Eric Chinander.
You're a freak.
Playoff bound, Eric Chinander. Who would have thunk it? Eric Chinander's going to the playoff, and little old Nebraska's not.
What does their SP plus ranking in defense? Let's check that out, because people forget.
It doesn't matter. They're going to the playoff.
Yeah, it's 46th. Not great, John.
And they get a bye.
They do get a bye.
They get a bye.
Hot
They
take.
only have to win 3 games to win the title.
Hey, shout out to me and my hot take market about them getting a bye. You called me an idiot. And not only did they get a bye, they're a 3 seed.
Yeah, but it just got canceled out by the fact you wanted Chins gone, and now Chins is a playoff coach.
Ryan wants to know, what is Langsdorf making? John said $504 million.
I thought I said 504,000. I'm sorry. $504,000.
Damn. $504 million. That's sweet.
$504,000. A lot of millions being thrown out there. So yeah, there's a little ex-Husker tinge to all of this.
Interesting.
You can check out more at usatoday.com if you really
if you're a huge nerd like John.
I'm not a nerd. It's just sicko. Hey, you know what? Everyone's out here trying to spend other people's money. Well, we've got the big game blowout 15K giveaway on 1620 The Zone. Enter to win big this holiday season with $15,000. Get entered to win now at 1620thezone.com. You know, if you were to win, you could just donate the whole thing to NIL.
Oh, and help Nebraska. Yeah, along those lines, Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620. I find callers like this, the previous caller, funny. I won't give a dime to football until they start winning. Yet this caller clearly is passionate about football. He watches the game, listens to your show, and takes the time to call in. Super funny to me.
But again, just because you're passionate about something doesn't mean you're obligated to give money to it. I listen to a lot of podcasts. You know how many Patreons I'm on? None.
0.
Well, thanks for supporting my Patreon, Nick.
I support you with vibes, Josh.
Yeah, that doesn't pay the bills.
How much
Nick.
do you donate to the Rockies or the Dolphins NIL?
Well, he bought a hat.
I have 3 Rockies hats now.
Yeah, that's a lot of NIL money. I support great journalism in podcast, on Patreon, on Substack, because I like giving my money to people who work hard, Nick.
I subscribe to The Athletic.
Interesting.
I don't subscribe to any podcast.
I mean, The Post.
Not the kind you pay for.
Tough.
Well, it's out there. There's a thing called commercials. You listen to them, and that's kind of how our show works.
That is how our show works.
We have great sponsors.
That we do. I can't wait to hear from some.
I can't wait to hear from some too.
Let's hear from some.
We're going to hear from some, and we're also going to talk about how the CFP could end up changing. Oh, and we've got the Big Ten schedule,
and we have Fired Up, and we have Mitch Holtis, and we have Dumb Debates. We have so many things. What was the thing yesterday that we were going to get to that we never got to?
I don't know.
There was the topic from yesterday about something. You were like, you kept teasing it, teasing. Yeah, there was something you teased yesterday.
We got to.
I thought I had it on my sheet.
Yeah.
Oh, the grade from Tom Fornelli. Remember Nebraska and the conference? What kind of season they had?
Yeah, it was a bad grade.
Are we punting that topic? All right, see you later,
John
Tom.
just said it. It was a bad
grade. All right, topic over.
16-20 the zone.
You okay? You're shaking your head.
Sometimes, Nick, You think about the Dallas Cowboys and you just shake your head. And that's what I was doing.
I never think about the Dallas Cowboys.
Well,
I can't imagine having to think about
Yeah,
them.
why would you do that?
Dallas Cowboys, Nick. Shake your head.
You just
No,
shake your
it
head.
it hit my like a wall. It just hit my head like a wall and bounced off.
Just shake my head.
So the schedule is out. The Big Ten Conference announcing today.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Joey's schedule.
No.
Yeah, did you see this?
No.
Joey has been tweeting out the top 3 Big Ten games and where he thinks they will be on television.
I mean, people have, they have busy
hobbies.
work. They have hobbies. They want to.
He wasn't super far off on this schedule. His predictions.
I thought he was. I thought he said he only got like 2 games right.
I thought he got the first 3 and last 3.
Well, here is the schedule. Now, again, we don't have times, and some of these games, like for example, the Cincinnati game, could end up moving dates. Currently, it is still on the schedule for August 30th, which is Saturday.
Yep.
And it is scheduled for Indianapolis, but we've heard it may be moving to Kansas City. That's why it says Kansas City ? So we'll see. But that's week 1. Then you've got Akron and Houston Christian, the 6th and the 13th. Then the Big Ten schedule begins with Michigan at home on September the 20th.
Last time Nebraska played Michigan at home in September, it was a bad time. Let's hope this time it goes better.
Then the Huskers get an idle week. There are 2 idle weeks next year, just like there was this year. So Nebraska, after the first 4 games, gets an idle week before they play the other Michigan team, Michigan State. And then they go on the road for back-to-back games. The first true road games of the season would be Maryland, October the 11th, and Minnesota, October the 18th.
Nice.
Oh, I just realized I forgot to change the dates.
Oh, no. Northwestern is in on September 6th again.
And so is USC, and so is Akron.
They
Oh, my
just play
God.
a triple header.
Yeah, why not?
How are they going to pay for Akron?
That's what I
with
get
a
for
triple
copying and pasting. You know what I'll do is I'll switch to
Donors.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one?
Oh, grab it.
Oh,
This is worse.
I don't like
I know,
this.
but this one's accurate.
It's okay, John. Just go back. It's not that big of a deal.
They should have made that in Canva.
Yep.
Well, anyway, whatever. It'd be October the 25th is Northwestern at home.
Okay.
And then, what is that, November 1st?
And then November 8th.
Would be USC at home. Then on the road at the Rose Bowl, November the 8th against UCLA. Then another idle week before going to Penn State. So Nebraska catches a break here.
Because they're crisscrossing around the country.
They get to crisscross the country, but there's a week in between.
Crisscross
So you go
applesauce.
west on November the 8th. You come home, you get a week off. Then you go east to Penn State, Happy Valley, November 22nd, before returning home to Iowa and Black Friday, November the 28th.
So we got an email earlier from KG who says, "Good afternoon. I'm hearing already about Nebraska only losing 1 game, and that's to Penn State. I just don't get it. Way too early for Kool-Aid." To which then I get this tweet from Joe in Vegas.
Oh, boy.
I look at this Nebraska schedule for 2025, and I know that you're all going to call me crazy. I see a scenario where they could start the season 9-1 or 10-0.
Jeez.
For the record, last month, Joe tweeted at me and said Nebraska will never be better than a 5-7 or 6-6 program again. And all it takes is Dylan Raiola coming back, and now and Dana and Holgo the Oko, and now they're going 9-1 or 10-0.
Seriously,
we need to temper expectations.
This fan base is like a bunch of 15-year-old boys. One girl comes within 5 feet of you, and all of a sudden it's just like, whoa, my God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of midnight talk right now, Nick, going on in the Nebraska fan base.
Midnight talk.
Now,
Husker fans can go from 6 to midnight faster than any fan base in America.
Like that. Dude, they could lose the first game to Cincinnati. Now, I don't think Satterfield, that's our coach, right? Yeah, Scott Satterfield. I don't think that they're...
Scott Satterfield.
I don't think that he's done a great job so far there, but you could lose that game. It's a power program, and Nebraska loves losing to power programs in game 1 of the season. Michigan, I know that they were 7-5, but they fired their OC. They got a 5-star quarterback. They're still a really good program.
Doing this, aren't we? Are we breaking down the next year? We don't even know who's on Nebraska's roster.
You're the one who didn't pay attention to the crossover to make this graphic that had 3 games on September 6th.
I was busy. I had to rush to get this done. I was rushing to get this done.
My point being, if you didn't want to talk about next year's schedule, you shouldn't have made this graphic.
Well, I'm talking about it because we have the dates. So
you don't want me to so I can't have any opinions? All right, no opinions.
We have no idea. Nebraska's quarterback could still end up in Miami.
No, he said all in. Remember, John, Nick made the graphic for today.
He said all in.
December 11th. There it is. Look, he's back.
That
all
could mean
in.
Indiana.
Man, he used the dumbest font.
It could be
that
Indiana.
font looks like the font of bubblegum or balloons.
It's somehow worse than Comic Sans, isn't it?
It's horrid.
I hate it.
The Dylan Raiola font. Not a fan.
Raiola Sans.
Jordan writes, why is it called 6 to midnight and not 6 to noon?
Because midnight's funner to say, more fun to say.
And I think you
Thank
have more fun at midnight than you do it at noon, if you catch me.
Unless
afternoon
delight.
Yeah. Right, afternoon delight in the Dylan Raiola font. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Carson says Michigan's defense will be very good. They will indeed be indeed they will. Plus, they got to go.
And we know that Nebraska's will be awful because Phil Snow is terrible. According to
you.
I didn't say that.
Yep.
At face value, because we don't know anything about any of these teams.
Sure.
What game are you most excited for?
Now that's a good topic, Nick. Excellent topic. Penn State on the road in late November.
Northwestern, because it's always the best game.
John, you are not wrong.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, this is
sadly it's in Lincoln. I was hoping it'd be in Chicago, so maybe they can play. Well, what date is that? Of course, I screwed up the dates because it wouldn't be early. It wouldn't be late enough for Wrigley
to be at
Field.
Wrigley. Yeah, indeed it was
because the Cubs will be in the World Series.
Nice.
What is the game? Probably, honestly, it's probably Penn State.
State Penn.
Well, Nick, do you know about Penn State?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun one. It's late November. The weather could be bad. Big noon.
I remember when Nebraska joined this conference, there was talk that could be like one of the new
rivalries.
Because
they played in the 80s.
And then they've hardly played each other. They've played what?
So they played
3 or 4
11, 12, 13, 17, 20. So this will be 6. Remember, they played in 20. Will Levis.
Oh, that's right.
Mail
They
boy.
did play in
He
20.
played against Nebraska in the COVID year. It was one of Nebraska's 3 wins that season.
Oh.
They were up 27-3, and they almost lost.
That sounds about right.
But they didn't.
That sounds like Scott Frost, Nebraska.
Yeah,
One score win. I'd
say Penn State. Penn State's the one I'm most excited about.
Yeah, that'll be a good time.
I might try
to
go to the Iowa game. Try.
Yeah. Oh man,
I don't know
It'd be
how
a real
hard
shame
I'll
if people
try.
threw mayonnaise at you.
Now, here's my thing, because of course this year all the talk has been about the playoff and how, the SEC schedule didn't do themselves any favors because there was a lot of, crossovers. Whereas Indiana and Oregon, Oregon and Penn State only had to play Ohio State among the other group.
Yeah.
So if you're curious about that, and I can't believe we're mentioning Indiana, but we are because
Hell
they
yeah,
were pretty
baby.
good.
Playoff team. People forget.
But Indiana next year gets Illinois and Iowa and Oregon.
Nice.
And Michigan State and UCLA and Penn State and Maryland and Wisconsin and Purdue. So it's a little bit beefier, theoretically, than last year. Ohio State.
Good fan?
Hope so.
By the way, Ohio State's playing Texas next year.
Dude, look at who their second game is against.
That's not the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. Who's the other team with the G?
I believe that's Grambling. Isn't that Grambling?
Yeah, I don't think that's Georgia.
I don't think that's Georgia. That looks like the orange and black G. That looks like Grambling.
Man, something went down my throat wrong. That's a drop. Oh, it is Grambling. Damn it. Because I know they're playing Georgia.
Yeah, there's no way Ohio State would schedule Texas and Georgia in back-to-back weeks.
That would be sweet.
That is not happening.
I mean, if
While
Ryan
you
Day
gather
wanted to prove
yourself
that he
back
didn't
up,
suck.
Ohio State in their Big Ten schedule has Washington, Minnesota, Illinois, Wisconsin, Penn State, Purdue, UCLA, Rutgers, and Michigan. That's not terrible.
Yeah, it'll be tough when they
Oregon
lose and get Ryan Day fired.
Oregon, who, by the way, has Oklahoma State
Right, I
on
think
their
I'm finally good
non-con
now.
this year,
Yeah.
as well as the Beavs. They have Penn State, Indiana, Rutgers, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, Southern Cal, and
Hell
Washington.
yeah. That's awesome that they play USC next year because they did not play USC this year.
Penn State.
Right? I don't think they did.
Who?
Oregon didn't play USC this year, right?
No.
I don't recall that.
No. Penn State. Oh, Penn State gets to play Villanova. That'll be a tough one.
Villanova. Nice. Basketball in September.
Penn State's got Oregon, UCLA, Northwestern, Iowa,
On the road.
Ohio State,
On the road.
Indiana, Michigan State, Nebraska, Rutgers. Good luck, Jay Franklin. That's going to be a bear.
That'll be tough.
So that's interesting.
You excited? Are you gonna watch Michigan and Boston College.
Boston College. I don't believe it. Of course I am, Nick. Oh, Michigan plays Oklahoma next year? Let's freaking wait. When did they play Boston College?
Oh, I was looking at Michigan State. My bad.
Okay,
Yeah,
Michigan has Oklahoma. OU. That will be fun.
I was on my way.
God, I love football.
I was on my way into work
Michigan
the other morning, and I saw a guy with a
Oh,
Jeep
I didn't see that.
who had a
Cool.
big Boston College tire cover on. And I'm like, I bet that dude is happy as hell.
He had a cover for which team, Nick?
Boston College. I don't believe it.
Nice. Man, Michigan, Oklahoma. That's fun. Blue Bloods. I don't remember the last time they played. When's the last time Michigan played Oklahoma?
Wow.
Let's go to Winsipedia.
I think they played in an Orange Bowl in the 70s.
Let's see. All right. The last time that Oklahoma matched up, they have played one time ever.
Was that in the Orange Bowl in the 70s?
76.
That's crazy.
That's nuts. Well, Big Ten versus Big 8. You didn't really have bowl matchups back then.
Yeah, because they were afraid of the Big 8.
Nice. Wow, that is tight. Michael Severe says, go Tigers. That's Grambling, I assume.
The Tigers, Grambling, yeah.
How long until Nebraska plays Oregon?
I believe that's 2026. I can't remember if that is in Eugene or if it's in Lincoln.
Yeah, I'm just looking at
will have to come.
So for the sexier non-con games,
It's in Eugene, Nick.
Illinois Duke, people laugh, but both teams won 9 games this year.
Yeah. Carson says, I don't know when Michigan last played anyone tough in the non-conference. Well, they lost to Texas this year, so this year.
Yeah, they finally did this.
Also, in the Harbaugh era, they played some tough teams.
Michigan's got Oklahoma, as you mentioned.
Ohio State.
Ohio State, Texas is sweet.
Minnesota is Cal. Nebraska is Cincinnati. Northwestern's premier non-con. Is that Tulane?
Where?
Are they at Tulane in week? Is that Tulane?
That is Tulane. Oh, they're going down to New Orleans. Nice.
Nolans.
Ohio State, as we mentioned, Texas.
Yep.
Oregon has Oklahoma State and the Beavs.
And the Beavers. Washington has Washington State.
Penn State has Nevada, Florida, and International and Villanova.
We need to be more critical of Penn State's non-conference scheduling. It is trash.
Patty cake, Baker's man. Purdue's got Louisville.
It's not great.
Rutgers looks like theirs is Ohio and Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, they also like playing bad teams.
UCLA.
Utah.
Has Utah.
Oh, that's fun.
That's interesting.
And UNLV.
Southern Cal, of course, always has Notre Dame. Yeah. And that's the only real big one.
And next year, Notre Dame, by the way, that's in South Bend.
Washington has Colorado State.
Oh, wow. Real quick, John. USC has Michigan and Notre Dame in back-to-back weeks. And then they have the off week before Nebraska. That's a tough sketch.
And Wisconsin has the return trip to Tuscaloosa to play the Tide. So those are some of your premier non-conference Big Ten games.
God, this is great. I can't wait to start counting down to the 2025 season. Man, I'm so pumped.
Tony in the chat says,
what does Tony say?
Grambling head coach Mickey Joseph.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Don't forget about Mickey Joseph.
The Mick.
He was almost Nebraska's head coach.
The last Nebraska coach to beat Iowa.
By the way, I had this sent to me from an astute listener.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about Nebraska's NIL package and how they're not spending anywhere near enough money like they should. Matt Hayes reporting, source tells me North Carolina will increase NIL package for football from $4 million to $20 million.
You think Bill Belichick
in an
just
effort
gave
to land
them?
Bill Belichick?
I mean,
Like
Belichick does have
money?
a lot of money.
He does. What was that question, Nick?
That's what it was. Do you think Belichick just gave them a bunch of his own money? Like, here you go.
No, definitely not.
He has a bunch of money. He donated it to
and that is a public school, right? It's a hoity-toity school, but it is
North Carolina.
They're a public school.
Yeah.
Nice. So we will get to know what they are paying.
If North Carolina comes to the College World Series, do you think Bill Belichick's just going to be hanging out?
No. Because remember, he's going to have a coaching staff and a recruiting staff. You know what? It would not surprise me if Belichick did show up. He does like to travel. He's been in Nebraska many times. He's spoken at the Nebraska Coaches Clinic.
Him and Ruler boys.
Though I did see this observation from Florio today.
Asian Joe. Will Belichick just ask his girlfriend, what should I do to attract 20-year-olds to play here? That is nice for him. He's dating such a young person that he can ask her what the cool kids are into.
I wonder what they talk about.
Great question, Nick. What did Florio say, John?
Florio opined today. He said, I wonder how many college coaches opened their doors to Bill Belichick this season without realizing he was actually doing opposition research.
Oh, what a fun question that is.
I mean, that's pretty funny.
What a fun question
That's pretty funny. And Belichick was here in the offseason.
He was. He stole from Matt Rule. And
now, the good
news
news is Nebraska does not have North Carolina on the schedule. By the way, is anything happening there? We haven't had any sports flashes today.
Okay, so the latest that I saw, and I actually haven't read the full article just yet, but Pete Thamel and Chris Lowe, like 5 minutes before the Grum started, they put out a story that was titled, Sources, Belichick UNC work on issues before potential hire. I will read just the first two paragraphs for you, John. North Carolina working to try to close a deal with Bill Belichick to make him their head coach, but sources told ESPN there are still issues that both sides need to work through. Sources added that, quote, the ball is in Belichick's court, end quote, and that North Carolina officials are on board with him becoming a head coach. A resolution is expected in the near future, sources said. So I would assume that's where this $20 million NIL offer
Interesting.
in. Yeah, indeed.
Interesting.
So we will see. We will see.
This might actually be a thing.
Dude, I hope it is. Given the debate that you and I had about him yesterday, it's nice to, get answers on debates. I like that. It's fun. I can't wait to be right. You guys are going to be idiots. You were on Nick's side.
All I said, well, I didn't say it was going to work. I would like to see what kind of a staff he hires.
Settle down, Dion. You're backpedaling
No,
over there like
not backpedaling
pro.
at all. You're the one that's throwing it out before even giving it a shot.
Yeah, exactly. I am.
Because you're a moron.
No, you throw stuff out before giving it a shot all the time.
And I'm always right.
Interesting. Now I do it, and it's like, hey, give it time. You didn't give J.J. Redick a chance.
Yeah, how are the Lakers doing these days?
Well, it's early, John.
Now, the good news is everybody in the NBA makes the playoffs.
Go Lakers.
I remember Winning Time.
I do. I never finished it.
R.I.P.
I also haven't.
I never will. Did you finish it?
I have no desire
I did.
to.
I watched the last one.
Yeah, I can't imagine we'll finish it.
Speaking of Belichick, remember one of the things that he was mentioning was they had a player personnel, because how he wants to structure his staff is he's going to have the coaching staff and he's going to have the recruiting staff led by what I believe was described as a current college GM.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So somebody who is already basically in that GM/player personnel role, basically, the recruiting coordinator on steroids.
Nice.
And he had his guy. He already knew who it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was a story that came out today, not only on the coaches' salaries, but also some of the highest paid personnel staffers
in the country.
So these are either the GM or the chief of staff. I mean, every school, some people will call it the GM, some will call it the chief of staff, some will call it associate AD. They all have different titles, but these are basically the people that are the head of the player personnel side of the football operation. And Alabama's makes the most, $775,000. Oregon's is at $550,000. These are the highest paid in the country.
Yeah.
LSU $425,000. Ole Miss's general manager, Billy Glasscock,
you jerk,
makes $425,000. It's Herbie Hancock.
Nice. Great reference.
Ohio State's makes $351,000. Michigan's $350,000. Texas $264,000. For reference, so Nebraska has Sean Padden, who is their GM, but they also have Dr. Susan Elza, who's chief of staff.
Yeah.
Padden is more on the player
personnel
side.
Yeah.
But he makes $309,000, Elza $290,000. So they're commensurate.
Okay.
But these are people that are becoming more and more important with every passing year.
Well, especially
with the transfer portal and trying to
professionalization of college football.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, really, in a way, we keep talking about all these institutions that are getting ready for pay for play. Like, this is another way to get ready for pay for play, is to truly have two different staffs that are, coming together ultimately as one, but doing different things on a daily basis.
Yeah. Coming up, Mitch Holthus. We're going to find out more about Terry Braden, Nebraska's new D-line coach.
Shaw.
Nice. Nick, let's get a graphic of Terry Bradshaw wearing a Nebraska hat saying, get low. Because that's what coaches say to defensive
Because
linemen.
Mitch will know Terry because
Drive your feet.
Terry has been working with the Chiefs for the last 8 years.
Yes, he has.
And certainly we'll talk to Mitch about another
Will you have
crazy,
to learn on the job, Mitch?
crazy, weird
Oh, hey, another
finish.
stupid, weird, dumb win.
And this could be the ultimate trap game for the Chiefs. Remember last week, the Bills clinch the division.
Mhm.
They go to L.A.
Mm.
They make the fatal mistake of taking the Rams lightly.
Nice.
And we smacked them in the face.
Yep.
Well, the Chiefs just clinched the division.
Yep.
And they've got 3 bona fide AFC playoff teams coming up on the schedule. But in between, it's little old Cleveland.
Yep.
And Jameis with Jesus on
Praying
his
to
side.
God.
Jesus and Jameis.
No more pick sixes, Lord.
Is Belichick's girlfriend going to have to transfer schools or enter the portal?
Oh, interesting question, Nick.
Well, she's not an athlete.
Okay, so
And she's also like in her mid-20s. She's probably done with school.
No.
Yeah. She's your age.
Oh, gross.
She's older than our new co-host on the zone.
What could be Nick's equivalent to Belichick, right? So Belichick's what, 70?
I don't want to think about that, John.
So who could Nick be dating?
Oh, I think that's illegal.
I don't.
No, it's not. It's not illegal for Belichick.
No, but if you're saying someone that is the equivalent younger than him.
No, the equivalent as old as Belichick.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. So Nick,
I thought you were saying dating.
Nick is the young. He's dating the old.
So Nick, you find yourself a 70s.
How about Meryl Streep?
I'm in a very happy
Nice.
relationship.
What's-
I don't need Meryl Streep.
What's the woman, Dolly Parton? How old is she?
She'd be about around
Baptism by fire. Nick's would be Nancy Pelosi. There you go, Nick.
I think Marissa Tomei just turned 61.
Nuh-uh, really?
She just turned 60, and no, that's not old enough.
Yeah, you
Belichick
gotta-
is older than 60.
Jamie Lee Curtis says Star Wars fiend.
No, Jamie Lee Curtis is not 75.
Headley, are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Headley says Nick's future wife hasn't even been born yet. Jamie Lee Curtis is 66.
Yeah, Belichick's
Too young.
Isn't
Too
Belichick?
young.
Is Belichick 70?
I think he's 71, 72, 73, somewhere in there. Let's look.
I think Meryl Streep.
72. Bill Belichick will be 73 on April the 16th.
Look up famous 72-year-old women.
Famous 72-year-old women. Okay.
Here's Nick's
72-year-old
pool.
actresses. All right. Oh, boy. Nick.
I'm in a happy
I
relationship.
don't know who Annie Potts is.
For the
Oh,
record.
Annie Potts. Yeah, I know.
I do know who Roseanne Barr is.
Oh,
no.
She married a dude from Iowa.
Nick, you both love politics.
She married a dude from Iowa. This is perfect for you. She likes music. She was very good at singing one time.
Nice. She sung the anthem. Christine Baranski.
I'm trying to remember who she is.
I honestly don't know any of these other names, though, John. Mary McDonnell, Angela
yeah,
Cartwright, Nora Dunn,
Nora Dunn from SNL.
Gail Edwards. Wasn't she a TV news lady? That sounds like a name for a TV news lady. Stephanie Farassi, Annette O'Toole.
Annette O'Toole. That'd
There
be
you go,
good.
Nick. Just, some things to think about. Nick's in a happy relationship.
Nick and Roseanne Barr.
Kugler says, please introduce Nick to Linda Carter.
Oh, I do know Linda Carter.
Oh, no.
Is Linda Carter not old enough, John?
Sam
No,
writes,
she'd be old enough.
Sam writes Hillary Clinton is 77. That is right. Because so Nick is like 5 years older than Belichick's girlfriend. So Hillary Clinton is 5 years older than Belichick.
Let's revisit
And
Linda Carter,
Hillary's
John.
And you know what? The best part is, Hillary's probably cool with an open relationship. She's been dealing with her whole life.
Perfect. But you're that close to a seat of power, almost power. Not
Well,
really
not
power.
anymore.
Money, though. You do love money. Nick.
Yes,
I
and
need
then
money.
and then you could say, "Hey, Hillary, why don't you give us some of that money to donate to the Huskers NIL?"
Okay, if I had money and I was going to donate it, it wouldn't be to the Huskers NIL.
Don't you want them to be better for the
Whose
show?
NIL would you give to?
Cyclones
Dumb.
or Iowa.
See,
Well, you know
Probably the
what?
Cyclones.
You know what, Nick? You know what?
pick a damn side.
There is,
Iowa.
Centrist John.
We have been talking so much about how to donate and how there is a fun new way to support your team without breaking the bank.
Tell me more, John.
It's called On the Line. On the Line has partnered with Creighton and Nebraska and Omaha for a fun new way for you to put some measurable metrics, and those can turn into donations to your favorite NIL effort. So, for example, let's say you have a favorite basketball team, and you want to donate so much for every win, or maybe you want to donate so much for every point scored by your favorite player. You pick the measurable metric, assign the dollar amount, and On the Line takes care of the rest. You gamify your giving. And again, If you're a Husker fan, it'll go to $18.90. If you're a Blue Jay fan, the Bird Club. If it goes to Omaha, it'll go to their NIL efforts. Whichever of those schools you want, you can help. And sign up today at athleticsontheline.com. Find out more. Just visit the website, athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving. Donate a dollar amount for every win or other measurable metric from your favorite team this season. Help your team retain and recruit the best student athletes in the nation at athleticsontheline.com.
The year of our Lord 2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies.
Theoretical
The
skies.
citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake, comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears. As Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
Another action-packed full weekend of football is on the way.
No, it's not.
The way.
No, it's not.
It's a full weekend.
No, it's not.
The weekend is Saturday and Sunday, and both days feature football.
They
Josh,
do. Yep.
They feature football.
You should be excited, Josh.
You should be excited.
Are we going to include the FCS playoffs in Fired Up for Football?
Oh, we should. Who's in it?
It doesn't matter because Saturday, it's America's game. 2:00, CBS, the pomp, the circumstance, the pageantry, the spirit videos,
the sadness,
and the greatness that is a near playoff team in Army taking on a bowl-bound team in Navy. These two teams have had excellent seasons, and now for the 125th time, they meet in our nation's capital to determine who wins America's game. Oh, this is why football was invented, folks.
Aren't you doing a basketball game during that game?
Yeah.
No, the basketball game doesn't start until 7:30. So I'll be down in Tuscaloosa, home of where people are passionate about football. I look forward to going outside and seeing all the Alabamians, and as they're sad because their team's not in the college football playoff and they're stuck in some crappy bowl game against Michigan. But I'm going to ask them, hey, you love football. How much do you love football?
We love
football. And they'll say, how much? And I'll say, are you going to watch Army Navy? And they're all going to say, hell yes, because it's America's game.
Did you know, according to Circus Sports Iowa, the points total for this game is only 39?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Of course it is, because it's garbage football. By the way,
garbage football.
Hey,
Army and Navy both had better records than Nebraska.
Don't have time for a sports flash, but Schefter is indeed reporting that Belichick is going to North Carolina. So it's happening.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. We got to get to Mitch. Don't have time.
How dare you, as a proud Navy man.
Nice. Go Army, beat Navy.
There it is. Army, Navy, 2:00 CBS.
Mm-hmm.
Now for the pro slate. This is a weird weekend because both networks have a doubleheader on Sunday. And for some reason, they've decided to pack all the good games in the 3:25 time slot. But Prime Video tomorrow night.
It's a doubleheader on both networks.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
You weren't paying attention.
Sorry, I was looking up something.
Rams 49ers.
Another banger, man. This is a playoff elimination game, I think. Certainly for the Niners. Niners can't lose. Rams, I guess, could, but Niners can't.
Could, man. I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah. Oh, the Cowboys!
You see the map for that game? The Cowboys' Goebbels machine is at full
Yes,
volume.
it is. Thank you, Nick. You couldn't have said it any better.
You cannot compare the Cowboys to Joseph Goebbels.
I just said the machine.
No,
the
it's not comparing them to...
Oh, look at that, America!
It's not comparing him to Goebbels. It's comparing him to the people that Goebbels worked for.
Now, that's some good stuff.
With the Goebbels comparison?
No! The schedule. Chiefs-Browns at noon. That's also interesting on CBS.
I mean, that's really it. I mean, again... Everything was backloaded into the 3:25.
3:25 window rocks this week. Bills at Lions on CBS and Steelers at Eagles on ABC on Fox.
The Steagles game.
The Steagles game.
This is awesome. This is awesome. By the way, that is the over. Thank you, Tony.
And then on NBC, we get the rematch of the Fail Mary. Packers at Sea Chickens.
Don't forget about the NFC Championship game when the Packers didn't recover the onside kick and the
and
Seahawks
that too.
Won. Yikes, man! That was
they've had some interesting games in the past. Also, there was the who was it? Who was the quarterback who said, "I call heads and we're going to win." Hasselbeck.
Yeah, we want the ball and we're going to score.
And then he threw a pick
six. Gosh, that was so funny.
And then you get the not doubleheader on Monday night featuring the Bears and the Vikings.
We're not done with those.
And the Falcons and the Raiders.
Those are a pain in the ass to program.
Stinky.
Nice.
Stinky. Grades this week of
out of market games.
Like we told you, the 325 window. You also have Bucks Chargers.
5 games. Holy crap!
In the 325 window, but the noon
Go
window
Chargers.
has nothing good.
Go.
Nothing good. Theoretically. So for grades this week, A++ for the college game.
I gave it a D-.
And Josh, who apparently you're not doing anyone at Omaha North any favors, a D- and an A- does not average to a B.
To me it did. What does it average to, a C?
Yes,
Oops.
at best.
Well, I like the NFL schedule. I graded it on a curve.
Well, college gets an A++.
You're such a baby. When week
B.
0 arrives, you're always like, D. I can't grade it on a curve. And that was one damn game, and you're like, A++.
It's America's game, you communist.
I don't care. I don't know America's game. Thank you, Nick.
It's literally on the logo. It literally says,
yeah,
America's game.
Yeah.
It is.
Bill Belichick going to North Carolina. This is so weird. So weird.
But we have Mitch Holtis to tell us who Terrence Braden is.
Nice. Terry Bradshaw.
He's worked with him.
Yeah.
On 1620 The Zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson.
Welcome to the Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
Touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. you're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Just right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game 25-22.
Getting the swag back.
Yeah.
Because let's just be honest, 10 giveaways.
Yep.
But how does this defense get its swag back starting this week with Cleveland?
Yeah. You know what I think it is? One, I think it's turnovers. You know what I mean? I think we've gone a few weeks where we haven't had turnovers, and turnovers is huge. You know, it's a momentum thing. But also I think guys just need to let loose and have fun. Like, I think we were being so dominant in that first Chargers half. After every play, there was energy. Guys are hyped. Guys were having fun. Guys were running over to each other across the sideline. And when we're at our best, I can just see the energy of the team. It's infectious. You know, we go out there as one, and we're just a whole unit. So not worrying so much about like the score, but just worrying about just being us and having fun doing it, I think is going to be the best way we can get our swag back, because the swag is just us being dogs out there and just flying around having fun.
That is Trent McDuffie talking about Kansas City and their turnover differential. I mean, you look at the teams that are in the negative turnover differential. You're talking about some of the dregs of the National Football League, the Browns, the Jags, the Titans, the Raiders, the Giants, the Cowboys. Only the Falcons, who were recently a division team, but of course, big reason why they've fallen out of the lead in the division is because the turnover margin has turned on its head. But then there's the Chiefs, who are at -4 right now. It's like one of these things are not like the other, because all the other 10-win teams, they're at the opposite end of the spectrum. And that's something we haven't talked about as much as we welcome in Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, first of all, your call of the end of the Creighton, Kansas game is now legendary down here in the city of Fountains.
Oh, I bet. I bet they're really happy with me.
It's been played. No. It's been played, I think, by Missouri hosts of shows. Until then, Missouri beat them. But it was awesome. I thought that's my boy. Way to go.
It was a lot of fun.
So there's it. Yeah. But let's go back to how the assertion here. The Chiefs have stopped the giveaways. That's good, but they're not getting any takeaways. You only 10 takeaways. You mentioned the -4, but there's only 2 teams in the league that have fewer takeaways than the Chiefs. That does not add up to being 12-1. Now, it is a 2-year cycle here because last year the Chiefs in the regular season were -11 and still were able to win the division and win the Super Bowl, but it changed in the playoffs because in the Super Bowl they were plus. But what I liked about what I heard from McDuffie there was the fact that this team has been under a ton of pressure. Everybody knows that, trying to win back-to-back-to-backs never happened. They put pressure on themselves. I told you they just look each other in the eyes. It's March and know what they're chasing. But that's kind of zapped some of the fun, I think, out of it. And when I heard from McDuffie, hey, the first half of the Charger game, we were flying around having some fun, and maybe it's time to rethink this a bit. I thought that was somewhat refreshing because that might be just a key here defensively is to don't grip everything so tightly.
Mitch, which result made you happier on Sunday, yours or the Bills?
I know which one made me happier.
Gosh, I don't know. Which child of mine do I love the most?
Nice.
I think I love them both. I love them both equally. So yes, John's Rams to win. I need to send him a
Christmas
gift
bonus
certificate to Hy-Vee.
Nice.
Yes.
Next time you go to the coast, bring me back some In-N-Out burger, and we'll call it even.
Oh my gosh! We need to fly it in. I would give you 10 points if you gave In-N-Out burgers. Actually, wrap them for your gifts for all your loved ones. Fly them in from California and wrap them as a gift like 2 weeks later and give them to them and just go, this is the best thing I can give to you. So
Going back to the secondary for a moment, because the Chiefs brought back a former third-round pick this week, Steven Nelson signed to the practice squad. The secondary depth, there was another player banged up in the game on Sunday night. Where is the secondary depth right now as we head into the final, basically, fourth of the season?
A lot of stuff's up in the air because Joshua Williams, who had taken over the base corner opposite Trent McDuffie, when Jalen Watson's injury happened, I saw Jalen Watson, his recovery is going better, and he's a little bit ahead of the curve, much like Hollywood Brown. But I would say kind of iffy. When you get one injury, and there's just not a lot of room for losing any more guys, because it affects then what you just go right down the line. Your dime is affected, your nickel's affected, then you have to play more 3 safety nickel, and that can put you in peril, especially this week. Because if you wanted to say the 2 weakest areas for the Chiefs are what they've done or given up in the secondary or defensively, just the whole group, not just the secondary, because they've given up 25 plays of 20 yards or more in the last 5 weeks. And teams have overcome 2nd and 16 and 3rd and 12 and 2nd and 18. I mean, you just can't live that way for long term. Well, guess what Cleveland can do? Jameis Winston just chucks it down there. And Jerry Jeudy is having a heck of a year.
Yeah.
If you look at some of his next-gen stats, he's in the same conversation with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. He and Jamar Chase are the only 2 guys, Jerry Jeudy, that has 2 touchdowns of 70 yards or more. I mean, it's what Cleveland does with Jameis Winston. The other side would be protection, and here's Myles Garrett, who can eat planets, at a single bite. So, there's some concern going into this Cleveland game.
Mitch, speaking of concern, Mahomes now taking 35 sacks on the year, which is 8 more than he's taken in a full season. His sack rate, which is 7%, is a career high. How do they shore this up in the final 4 regular season games before the playoffs?
Well, you've seen some. There's one obvious is the run game, and the run game has been if you can get some pop in the run game, and no pun intended, it's his nickname. But if you can get some big plays, and they're getting some big plays from the running backs, not just in the run game. But there was a play the other day where they had 3rd down and 4, and they throw a swing route, a check down to Samaje Perine, and he makes 3 guys miss and gets 16 yards. Well, that's a giant play for this team right now. The other is the quick game. And I don't mean just going without a huddle. It's the quick route. It's taking Tua Tagovailoa's iPad and saying, well, we'll use some of that, meaning the ball's coming out so fast that you're trying to negate some of this pass rush and the hits that Patrick's taking. Now, that's where DeAndre Hopkins comes into play. He's so good in running routes, but especially in that 5 to 8 yard area that we know what Kelsey can do. But so the quick game becomes a countermeasure to these pass rush issues.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. We got a lot of hungry Husker fans out here, hungry for information.
Yes,
the Huskers have pilfered Andy Reid's staff to pull out an assistant. What can you tell us about Terry Braden?
Love him, bright mind, and this is not a move I would have predicted. I mean, this one came out of left field. I've not been following Terry's career every day, but he's a great dude. I would hire him if I was a head coach. A lot of upside. Tuskegee Institute, by the way. So my nickname for him, I give you a nickname if I really like it, was Red Tail, right? For the Tuskegee Airmen, the P-51 pilots and the others. So he was Red Tail, and he played quarterback, I think. So now he doesn't look like a quarterback anymore, but I'd go, hey, we're going to run quarterback power the first 15 plays. He's like, bring it on. I think he will be a good fit there. I don't know how he's going to fit into the whole recruiting, NIL, transfer portal, all that means, because he's been out of that. But TB is going to have some recruiting inroads into some places in the South that I think will help the Huskers overall. And he's a bright guy. I mean, he'll be a head coach someday, somewhere. But this is a big step for him, and I'm very happy for him.
Can he help Nebraska win some 1-score games?
Yeah, can he bring some of that Chiefs mojo?
That's on his resume. If you go to his LinkedIn page, it's right there. He goes, hey, part of 15 straight one-possession games, NFL record. And I think it was me that did it, being backup defensive line coach. And he's worked with Joe Cullen, who's been, Joe Cullen is something between Yoda and some Jack Nickel. Oh, no, the character that Billy Bob Thornton is on what's the new Texas Oil?
Landman.
I've got to watch this. I will binge on this in the office.
It's good. It's good, Mitch. I'm enjoying it.
Well, Billy Bob's so good, but I mean, so this is Joe Cullen. This is what Terry Braden has worked with. He's worked with the Billy Bob Thornton character in that production. So it's been good for TB to get a little of that edge for him to take to the Skurs.
Mitch, I don't know, since you were dialed by Nick as the news was breaking, have you heard the big news? An old
So Belichick
rival.
going to North.
Yeah. Belichick's going to North Carolina. Surprised?
The strangest marriage since what? What would be the weirdest marriage?
Well, Nick and Roseanne Barr.
Yeah.
We just established
Bill
that.
Belichick and his 24-year-old girlfriend.
Yes.
Well, that's just cringy, right? That's just creepy. I don't know if that's weird, but is she going? I guess she's just part of this deal.
Well, yeah, because she's still going to school.
Well, and then, yeah, she's a freshman. She just pledged the Tried Health House. Wow. I wonder if Bill's going to go to winter formal. Do we know? So get a matching corsage. Anyway, so good for him. I just think it's strange.
Yes.
I mean, he's going to go into the whole NIL transfer portal world. Like, wow, how's that going to work?
He's got a 400-page Bible
Mitch,
that he laid out in front of him and said, hey, I'm going to have a coaching staff and I'm going to have a recruiting staff.
Mitch, I just saw a tweet from Chad Graff, who covers the Pats for The Athletic, and he says, I keep coming back to one thing with Belichick headed to college, control. The NFL seemed unlikely to give him the full say over the roster he hoped for and had with the Pats. In college, he gets that. What's funny about that, though, Mitch, is like, for the last year, there's been this whole group of people trying to tell us, no, he doesn't need control. This would seem to argue otherwise.
No one in college football has control. You tell me who in college football. If you think you have control, there you go. What? My quarterback's out of here? Week 4? I'm training him to be the next Tom Brady. No, he's out of here. He just got $350,000, and he's got a redshirt year he can use because he only played 3 games. He's out of here to go to Portazibi State. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know. If this new world fits Bill, but go get him, man. Go Tar Heels.
All right, so the Chiefs and the Browns Sunday at noon from Cleveland. Mitch will be there on the call, News Talk 1290, for all of the Chiefs action. And Mitch, we appreciate it. Thank you very much, and enjoy your trip to Cleveland.
Thank you. Party picks at the winter formal. If you see Coach in there, not our coach, but if you see Bill there at the Tried Out formal, we'll know. All right.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Greatest coach of all time, going back to college. How about this? Seth
Crazy.
Wickersham, who writes for ESPN, he just tweeted out a screenshot from David Halberstam, who wrote the biography on Bill Belichick before he passed away, R.I.P. Halberstam. He said, he's really a coach and a teacher. I mean, you could almost see him when this is done saying, okay, if he's done it in one X ring, saying, okay, I'm going to go and teach at an Ivy League school or something like that. I'm going to do something smaller without as much pressure. Obviously, Carolina, not an Ivy League school, but less pressure at North Carolina than there is in the NFL. This will be fascinating.
It will, because here's the other thing. He has never,
correct,
in his career been employed by a college. When he stopped playing football, he started in the NFL as a low special assistant is what he called it, with the Colts in 1975. He has been an NFL guy ever since.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
It is.
It's like Dion in a little bit, as we talked about yesterday, in terms of the fame component, mixed with, again, the greatest coach of all time, but the unknown of, I've never seen him at this level before. Even Callahan had coached in college.
I think the one name that immediately comes to mind was Barry Switzer going the other way.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't see Barry Switzer in the NFL because he had always been a college guy and he'd always been, and that was a very unique situation.
Very unique.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But that's the first thing I get.
Mm-hmm.
But this is Belichick, who I have been watching for over 40 years because I remember how highly thought of was early in his career with the Giants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his 8
and
Super
those
Bowls.
Great teams. And then
the game plan against Thurman Thomas and the Bills, and what they were able to do, not to bring it up, but obviously what they did against the Rams in that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And his ability, look, I don't think this is going to work, but if you're looking for a reason to buy in terms of X's and O's, the guy has been on the forefront of football evolving all throughout his career. The reason that I think pro-style offense is an outdated term is because he brought the college game to the NFL in 2007 when they started going spread them out, shotgun all the time. You look at the NFL pre-07 Patriots and post-07, it is completely different. And he is a huge reason why. The guy, they always said it, if you made him an assistant coach to be a position coach, he would coach every position better than almost anybody in the league. That's how good this guy is. Now, how does it work at that level? How does he deal with the booster component? How does he deal with the NIL component? How does he deal with just the weirdness that is college football? If he has a 400-page Bible, he obviously has a plan. He does not have concepts of a plan. He has a plan. But will it work?
Watching how this staff comes together and how this plan comes together is going to be a very fascinating watch. Forget about what it's going to look like on the field. I'm just curious, who is he going to get?
Yep.
How is he truly going to structure the staff as a recruiting staff and a coaching staff? Who are those coaches going to be?
Which we know his son's going to be the DC, so who's going to be his offensive coordinator? Who's going to be calling plays for him? Are we looking at like Nick Saban? At the end of his time at Bama, he was pulling guys from the pros, former pro coaches, all the time to be his head coaches. Dayball called plays. Before he hopped back up to the Bills and now is head coach of the Giants. It's like, what does he do there? Are we talking about in a way, there was the Saban school of, what did we always call it when you, like the retread hires, they brought him in, he cleaned him up. And
rehab tour.
Hire. Yeah. Does Belichick try to do something similar, And here's the thing, here's a thought. Does Saban see this and say, damn it, I kind of want to get back in now. Does this have him at all itching a year later?
I don't know.
How interesting would that be?
I did not see this because I thought Belichick was obsessed with getting the record, which he obviously can't get.
He can't get it at this level.
And I have to assume this is his last, in the words of Mike Riley, last great adventure.
Yeah, I hope he says that as his presser.
I
can't wait to see his press conference.
Assuming that the demands that were reported, that he brings in Steve, his son, to run the defense, and then he is the de facto coach in waiting. If that is true, this is a legacy move. This is a move to ensure that his son has a foot in the game.
Nepotism.
Well, sure, it is nepotism, but it's similar to, it's similar to a big businessman who then turns over the company to his son.
Or his son-in-law, Tom Wasgames.
Or his son-in-law.
Well,
spoiler alert for the finale of Succession. By the way, if you're wondering about their schedule, TCU is
I just realized this. Belichick's in-laws would be like in their 50s.
Yeah.
My age.
You couldn't respect a father-in-law if he's 20 years younger than you, right? TCU is their opener. This game will probably get now moved to a Thursday. There will be so much interest in that game. TCU at North Carolina. Maybe not. Maybe it's a Saturday night game.
It could be Saturday night football.
They are at UCF. We talked about earlier. Belichick versus Frost is now a thing. Saturday, September 20th.
Yay!
What a concept.
We don't know.
I will watch a UCF game this year.
We don't know the dates of their ACC schedule. They do have Clemson coming to North Carolina. They avoid Florida State. They avoid Pitt. They avoid SMU. I'm trying to just think of other good schools. They play at Cal, at NC State. Scott Frost and Bill Belichick on the field at the same time. Again, across from each other. Wow. Interesting.
It'll be fun to watch.
Some John will call this hire dumb. Others will debate if it's a dumb hire.
A little forced.
And we will just dumb debate.
Let's do it.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. The college football season is winding down, so make the most of bowl and playoff season with Circa Sports Iowa. Every single game has live in-game lines that update every break, many props for you to choose from, and of course, the tight money line splits. Also, right now, if you want to start putting in your NCAA football championship exactas, they have those right up. The best odds as of now, Oregon beating Penn State at plus 900 odds. If you're an Army-Navy guy like our very own John Bishop, the lines for that game on Saturday are available too. The tight money line splits have Army at minus 250, and the points total for that game is sitting at 39. Football might be over soon, but there's no end in sight to your opportunities to win. Download your new sportsbook and get Las Vegas at your fingertips anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen, listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
The news is now official because the official online record of all things accuracy, not named Elon Musk, Wikipedia has updated the Bill Belichick page to include head coach North Carolina Tar Heels.
I'm always impressed by how quick Wikipedia editors can just get this done.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like it's so instant. It's so fast.
They're ready to go.
It's kind of like when
they were probably
when
there was
when
some
the
nerd
story
sitting
breaks
there.
and ESPN has the story up.
There
on
was
its
someone, Nick, who probably already had it ready to go, and then they were just waiting for it to be official, and then they click,
Well,
send.
It still gets fact checked. Wikipedia does have fact checking.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it hasn't been fact checked yet. Yeah.
Bill
Headley.
Belichick is now the head coach at North Carolina.
All right, so this is dumb debates, right? Headley writes, Josh may be a Gen Z trapped in a millennial's body. What does that mean? Don't say that.
I don't know what that means either.
Yeah, what did I do?
You're not nearly cool enough.
No, I'm way cooler.
Or chill like that.
No, I'm chill. I was telling you during the break about how chill I was this weekend. It's very chill.
You're chill, but you're not chill.
Maybe
like
you
that.
shouldn't need some more of that chill so you don't have such a negative sourpuss attitude about America's game.
I asked you and you said, always asking for handouts. I wanted to be chill and you wouldn't help me chill. Just bring it back, John. I'll chill.
I'm not bringing nothing back. You get your own chill.
Oh, it's because of my hatred, his words, not mine, of veterans and service members. No, I just don't like the Army-Navy game. It's boring.
Because of the veterans and service members.
Honestly, the biggest issue is because there's one game and it makes me sad that the season's almost over. That's what it's about.
There's one game and it's called the Super Bowl.
That makes me sad too. I've told you this before.
The Super Bowl? What?
It's the last game. It's the last game of the season.
But Josh,
God, you're so
that
weird.
means that opening day is just around the corner.
No, it does not mean that, Nick. Nobody thinks, oh, thank God baseball's almost here. No, not me. I
think
like
that.
football. John, football is family. I like my family and I like my football. And I like my football with my family. Though I was thinking on my run this morning, what's going on Christmas Day when the Netflix games are on? Will we be watching those in Fremont? Does my grandpa have Netflix? I sure hope so. Hope so, Grandpa. Charles writes, Josh hates option football. I love option football.
He hates good football. He hates America.
Run the ball.
They do.
Let's see.
Justin says, if the center of the earth is hot, why is the bottom of the ocean so cold? Didn't think about that, did you?
Well, we don't know how cold the bottom of the ocean is.
It's freezing.
You
down
can't
there.
get down there.
Aren't there some parts of the ocean that are so boiling?
They've sent thermometers down there.
There's
right?
hot springs and stuff in the ocean.
How cold is it?
The crust is like an insulation thing, you know?
All right, bottom of the ocean.
That's just how that works. It's
deep ocean.
It insulates.
It's cold. Average temperature of 39 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's basically as cold as you can be almost without freezing. It's very chilly down there, Nick. You didn't think it was cold down there?
No, there's parts of it that aren't cold, but also it's because of the crust. The Earth's crust acts as an insulator, except for the part where there's little spouts that just shoot up all the hot air.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know,
That was the listener's question.
How
You
can
called
your
this
house?
listener an
How
idiot?
can you? How can
Well,
your
I
house?
think the listener needs to brush up on their geography.
Yikes.
Well,
Geography.
and also, I mean,
Geology.
It can be 22 degrees outside right now. It's literally 22 degrees outside that window. But Josh, you're not 22 degrees right now. Why is that?
Because I'm inside.
Because you're a zoomer.
Isn't it wild?
And you've been
when you're on
insulated by this building.
So you're on an airplane, right? And you're flying hundreds of miles an hour. If you throw a ball up, though, it'll fall right back. It won't like zip through the back of the plane.
Mm-hmm.
How neat is that?
That's physics.
Yeah, pretty wild. I think about that every time I'm in a car. I could throw a baseball up and it'd be fine. But if I had a sunroof and I threw it up,
It wouldn't be fine.
It
You
wouldn't.
would lose the baseball.
It would hit
It'd
a car.
probably have an insurance
That's assault,
claim.
brother. Yeah.
That is assault.
Well, you'd probably get it
Brother.
back when the guy, after you stop and you exchange information with the guy that you hit, throws it at your face.
Jed is reminding me there is more than one game on Saturday. There are bowl games and there are FCS.
But no one cares because it's Army Navy.
Whoa! No one cares about the FCS playoffs, John? You are a monster. You are a monster.
Dave asks, who has more foot in mouth moments, President Biden or Marcus Satterfield?
Biden, because he speaks more.
Yes, a lot more. I mean, Satterfield only spoke once a week, and really people didn't start nitpicking him until the very, very end.
I had some Satterfield speaking takes that I honestly, I'm still not going to give on the air right now, but I've never been blown away by his ability as a speaker. I never heard him and was like, that's the offensive coordinator I want.
Wow.
He wasn't a very good speaker.
Thank you. He's not.
It's okay to say that.
He's not.
He wasn't.
Just because one isn't a great public speaker doesn't mean they can't be a great coach and vice versa.
Well, yeah, I know, but he's also not a great coach, so he's a little bit of both.
Well, I think.
But if you want,
I think you're projecting a little bit by saying, "Well, he doesn't speak well." Of course, he's a
but
bad
John,
coach.
aren't you more inclined to like a coach that can, talk about what their plan is and knows what they're talking about?
Or maybe the cynic in me says, "This guy's trying to sell me snake oil."
Ooh, is that what
You're the one with the soapbox, John. Who's the real snake oil salesman?
There's no soapbox. I was just saying.
So, what's the background on snake oil?
Well,
why is it bad to get sold it?
Because it doesn't do anything. People would just be like,
Well, this-
have this
this-
snake oil. It'll
this is-
cure
this
your
is-
rickets.
yeah,
Oh, is
this
that
is-
what it was about? It
yeah,
wasn't like
this is
cook,
going back.
cook some eggies and some
I mean,
snake
people
oil.
forget the original reason why a lot of
It's
our
like essential
popular
oil.
soda pops were invented was it was supposed to be a cure-all for this,
It's a
that, and the other
tonic.
thing. Yeah.
I was with someone who was very into essential oils.
This tonic will make you live until you're 35.
Yeah. Okay. Oh well, it was the olden times, Nick. It was the olden times.
Husker fan for life.
What's up, Sky?
You have $20 to grab snacks at the gas station for a 4-hour road trip. What are you choosing?
Oh, excellent question.
This is an excellent question. You got $20. First thing is, Sky, you are definitely not buying beef jerky
Whoa! Why not?
because it'll cost more than $20 and it won't last you 4 hours.
It is expensive now. Yeah, I'm trying.
I
to
mean,
figure out
I'm not. This is not.
I love
I'm
beef jerky,
not,
but it's a great road trip food.
But-
When else would I eat it except on a road trip?
But it's bad because if you're on
You're
a
right.
budget,
Yeah,
you're
it does
screwed.
take up too much of the
We
budget.
have $20.
I mean, there's definitely some.
How long is the road trip?
4.
This is a 4-hour
hours.
road trip.
Okay. We're going to Iowa City.
I'm definitely getting some Fritos. I love them for Fritos.
So I will also get an Eatos. I will get spicy Doritos.
Nice.
Is what I will get.
See, I don't like them. I don't like them. The real, like, the
Oh,
Cheeto dust and that
all
kind
over
of
your
stuff.
Yeah, I don't like that either because
I don't mind. I'll lick it off.
I like to get munchies though. Munchies are usually my go-to road trip.
They're not too mushy.
Munchies they're crunchy.
I like a big cup Reese's. Love a big cup Reese's for a car.
If they have those 2 for $2 roller items,
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'll get those.
Like a hot dog?
Like the hot dog, but they also have like the
taquitos.
the taquitos, but they got the chicken. They're like chicken logs.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Like
Quick
the
Trip chicken
the
log.
spicy chicken logs, like the buffalo chicken, a little cheese inside of them,
Mhm, mhm,
make you smack your lips real good.
I'd get a
Wang
few
chicken.
I'd get a few cans of a liquid death tea because it's $2.39 a can. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
That's
I'll get
a good
a
deal.
on a
I'll
road
ju-
trip. I'm a bottle of Sprite kind of guy.
I'm just gonna get whatever's in the
A
fountain
fountain,
there because
yeah.
that's the best value. Get
Yeah,
the
that's
big,
true.
Get the big gulp fountain.
Yeah, I'll do
That'll
that.
last
That's a
you
good
for
idea.
4 hours
That's
because
true.
Man, I feel like I still have some money left over with this. I don't know. Maybe I get another bag of chips. I don't know. I do love chips.
might get me a Hostess fruit pie.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Love
Some
me the
sort of
fruit
a
pies.
yeah. I like. I don't mix the sweet and the savory, but in a road trip, you kind of got to have both.
Mhm.
You gotta have the
but
Reese's.
yeah.
I'd
You-
get some
You can eat
beef-
one at the
maybe some
beginning,
sprees.
and then maybe you need the little sugar kick in at the end of the 4 hours, and that's when you eat the fruit pie.
I'd get some beef sticks, but like the butcher quality beef sticks, not
Yeah,
the
not the-
Slim Jims.
You ain't gonna snap into a Slim Jim.
I don't like Slim Jims.
Macho Man, snap into a Slim Jim.
R.I.P. Sam writes Casey's Pizza, but sometimes I'm out on them because there's no roller station. Sometimes I want a taquito and hot dog.
Then
So
go
you
to
gotta-
somewhere that has a taquito and a hot dog.
Yeah.
Casey's
Casey-
isn't for taquitos
Yeah,
and hot
Casey,
dogs.
Casey's is all about their own thing. They don't do the roller items. They just do their own thing with the pizza and the sandwiches. And I mean, what they're turning into, Casey's, is a mini Buc-ee's.
Mhm.
Oh God. Old Man Doug. Normally his questions are very strange. This is strange, but it's also good. People always say, I'm going to take a leak or take a whiz, piss, etc.
Suck?
Shouldn't it be, I'm going to leave a leak, whiz, or piss? You don't take the urine with you after the fact, so you actually leave it in the urinal or toilet.
I mean, he's not wrong.
I'm going to start saying that. I'm going to go leave a whiz in the bathroom.
When someone says, I'm going to go take a...
Yeah.
I usually say, are you going to bring it back?
See, you're going to be a great father someday, Nick.
Am I?
Yeah, that's a classic dad
Is he?
joke. Well, he'll have the jokes, John.
That means there's another one of me running around.
I don't think Roseanne is of childbearing years anymore.
That's true. She's getting a little old. Jordan, give a piss.
I couldn't give a piss.
Yeah, I think
that does sound like
I like that. I think I'm going to start using leave or take or leave or give.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or donate.
That's funny.
Donate.
Some people will say, "Hey, I got to go donate."
That's true.
Got to go donate.
Some people
this
do
beer.
say drain.
Yeah.
By the way, not to sports flash it up, but Rich Rod apparently is going back to West Virginia. So that's happening.
Everyone's
too.
running it
this
back.
Is so hilarious.
Everybody's running it
what
back.
What a great coaching cycle.
Is that the guy who, when he left, they did that statement, but then the West Virginia logo was like super tiny?
No, that was he's thinking of Bob Huggins.
Oh, yeah.
It was when Bob Huggins got fired or whatever because he was drinking on the job.
Get this Butler Snow thing out of here and bring back Charlie McBride.
Hell yeah, man.
Let's run. If we're going to run it back, let's run it back, baby.
Bring back Bo. What's he doing? Make him the coordinator again on the defense.
Thank you for bringing this back into a dumb debates discussion.
Perfect. All right, I have one from Shane. Restaurants that you would be forced to go to on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day from the movies, which one would you choose? Denny's, well, that's John's pick, from the Santa Claus, the Chinese restaurant from Christmas Story, Mango Pizza from Mystic, Connecticut, I don't know what that is, and Twinkies from Die Hard. You have to go to a restaurant on
Chinese
Christmas
place. Are you kidding me? I love Chinese food.
Oh, it's Denny's.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Chinese food, so I guess I'm going to Denny's with
Problematic.
John. No, Nick, it's not problematic. It's that I have taste buds of a child.
They have, some Chinese restaurants have chicken strips.
That's true. Thus, I would have
and fries.
An order of a child.
But the nice thing is at the Denny's, they've got the holiday meal. They got the turkey.
I like
and the
holiday
dressing.
meal.
Or you could have breakfast for dinner.
I do like breakfast for dinner.
What a great breakfast meal. A Denver omelet, some hash browns, and
that
some,
sounds amazing.
and some pancakes.
Maybe that's what I'll have for dinner tonight now. Nah, I think I know what I'm getting.
Are you going to get Rudolph the Red Velvet Waffle?
No.
That's probably on the Christmas
I mean,
menu.
what says Christmas better than a moons over my hammy?
Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Yeah, that's like their
They
breakfast sandwich.
They're bits.
Hmm.
They have bits. I'm going with the Chinese food. Are you kidding me? I love Chinese.
I've not pre-read this question, so let's see what happens along this ride. Afternoon Grum. Nick tried to upgrade the tech in the studio and instead has caused it to malfunction, causing a body swap to occur for each of you, and no one outside of the studio will believe it happened. Until John or Josh, can fix this, you are now stuck with that person's likes, interests, team fandom, and overall their sports takes. So which of your coworkers' bodies would you rather be swapped into and play along with until the issue is fixed and you are swapped back?
So our consciousness is trapped in the other person's head.
Yeah.
Because we have no control over what we're doing inside of the other person.
No, you're overthinking it.
No, because they specifically said when you swap
Causing
bodies,
a body swap, and no one outside of the studio will believe it happened.
they said when you swap bodies, you have to have that person's opinions and thoughts.
Yeah, but you can still control the body. You're not just
No,
sitting
I'm
there.
not saying you can't control the body, but you can't control
God,
what you're
we're
saying.
overthinking
Or
this.
One of us is overthinking this. What's the question again?
then how do you interpret this?
It's just which of
I'm
us
not
do you want to
saying-
be?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the problem, because then it brings into the question. If you're having the same thoughts and
overthinking
opinions
stuff.
and takes as the other person, are you just the other person at that point?
No.
Why not? I have the same opinions as you.
So which one of us do you want to be?
If I'm going into you, I'm just you at that point, and you're just me.
By the way, it says that
This
one of
isn't
us has-
Freaky Friday. This is a step above that.
one of us has to fix this. I mean, the good thing is
Nothing would change.
Well, I'm the only one that can fix it because I'm the only one around here that knows technology.
Nice. See, that was the thing I was going to say. Dave, this speech is why nobody will pick Nick. Yeah, I don't know if I want to get inside that brain of Nick.
No, you don't. Nobody wants to be in my brain. But it wouldn't matter because you would have my thoughts and it would be normal to you. None of this would matter.
Yeah, I guess
we swap consciousness.
I want to be John. This answer is I'm John. Sign up for John.
The only thing I'm worried about with Josh is will my knees just randomly explode?
Oh, man, you can go for a run and be like, wow, this is actually cool.
I don't agree with the wording of this question because it doesn't matter.
No, you know what I would do with Josh's body? I'd go try all of these foods that he's been afraid to try all these years. Say, Mom, look at how good this is.
That'd be pretty fun.
Of course, he's already eaten the pot roast. He's tried the gravy, so he's getting
John,
better.
He's still getting triggered by the question.
According to the question, you if you were in Josh's body, you would have the same thoughts about the childish food. So you would have the same taste buds.
Same rights.
Nothing would matter.
Free front row to Creighton games if you choose John. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
It's one of the benefits.
You just got to look through Greg McDermott.
But man, I got
a
long drive home. Long drive home every night.
It's not that long. Jeez,
every time I go to Lincoln, I'm like, this sucks. It's so far away.
You just say that because you're afraid it's crime town.
Star Wars Fiend says, come at me, Nick. LOL.
Write your questions better.
Wow.
If you would have said it's just Freaky Friday, that would have made sense. But we don't have our own. No, we're us. We're just us. Nothing changes.
Joey wants to know.
You never answered, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Nick's driving me crazy with this. So
Nick, who do you want to be?
We're just going to swap, and Nick's just his personality is going to be floating in the ether somewhere.
Do you guys not understand that this doesn't matter? This question cancels itself out. I'm not crazy. This question just cancels itself out.
I think you're a little crazy.
It doesn't matter who you are.
I've changed my mind, by the way. I think I'm bringing those things back. So because Nick sounds like he could use a few.
Nice.
A few dozen.
Travis, becoming Josh would be a nightmare with the childish picky eating. No, you can eat plenty of food. There's plenty of food out there that I enjoy.
I mean, there's the little dinosaur-shaped chicken fingers. Joey wants to know, what is your limit on doing general pluralizations?
What?
Huh? People, for example, people like to say, Aikman and Bradshaw and your great quarterbacks, your Montanas, your Aikmans, your Bradys, all your fast food, your McDonald's, your Burger Kings.
Yeah.
My old man peeve is listing all your Pacific Coast states, your Cals, your Oregons, your Washingtons. What's your limit?
I don't know. I don't know my limit. I like saying those things.
I do too.
Your Belichicks of the world, your Bradys of the world.
Yeah.
I say that all the time. I feel like that's a sports thing to do.
It is.
I don't think they do it in politics, right? Like they're probably not like the Obamas of the world.
I mean, some people.
I guess maybe
your great presidents, your Reagans, your Reagans. You know.
Yeah, I like doing that. Not mentioning Reagan, but I like that. I like doing that. So that's a pet peeve of that listener.
Yes, it sounds like it is a pet peeve. Do you do that, Nick? Do you do the whole adding the S to things?
He's still focused on the question from Star Wars.
I don't know if I do that or not. I off the top of my head, I don't think I do. Maybe sometimes.
Well, next time you do it, we'll call it out.
In the spirit, we'll end on this one. In the spirit of movie club, what do you guys think is the dead wifiest movie of all time?
What?
Oh, excellent question.
The dead wifiest movie of all time. I think I have the answer.
I need help.
A Gone Girl.
Okay.
Dead wife.
That's a really specific question.
The Fugitive.
Oh, that's a really good one.
I can't think of a Deadpool.
Is that a dead wife movie?
Yes.
Okay.
See, I think The Fugitive, because literally it's the dead wife that triggers the whole story.
Yeah, I'll say Gone Girl for that very reason.
See, and I'll say Deadpool because his wife dies in the first movie, and then in the second movie, he messes with time, and then you see the consequences of that in the third movie.
What are other great dead wife movies?
Well, I opened up a list on BuzzFeed.
Yeah.
And so the dead wife movies, this is what was the list. 14 movie wives who died to make drama for their movie husbands. Leonard's wife in Memento. You ever seen Memento?
No.
John Wick.
No.
Shutter Island.
No.
Inception. Oh, great movie.
Do you consider John Wick a dead wife movie or a dead dog movie? Because people talk about the dog more than the wife.
The dog more than the wife. That's true. The Fugitive, John. That was number 5.
The Goat.
The Fountain. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, Finding Nemo.
Nice.
That's
a good one.
That's a really
The
good
Prestige. Great movie. One of my
Right,
favorites. Looper.
No.
Another
I forgot
excellent
about Looper.
movie. Yeah. Wife dies. It starts
Man.
the whole thing.
Man, these are
The Road.
There's a lot of dead wife movies.
There are, but I haven't
That's why-
seen any of them except The
Gladiator. Braveheart, The Crow. Isn't that the one where someone died on set? Is that a different movie?
Alec Baldwin in that one?
No. Nice. Good reference. Didn't someone die on The Crow?
How many dead husband movies are there?
I'm sure you could find a
Star
couple.
Wars is one.
Joel says Up.
Up.
Oh, Star Wars, dead wife movie.
That's true.
Episode 3.
It started.
Yeah.
What happened to her? Is she okay? Nope.
Literally, he did that because he thought he could save her.
I did that. Ha, Dave. Pretty much any Disney cartoon, if you think about it, that's true.
A lot of
Bambi,
dead moms.
Bambi? Wasn't that about a dead mom? Or was that a dead dad?
Dead mom.
Which one?
Bambi?
But I don't think the mom was married. I think it was a single mom, so it's not a dead wife.
Dead mom.
We don't know that. They never explained that.
Yeah, they just didn't show the dad.
Well, if they're not going to show the dad, I don't think the dad's in the picture.
Yikes.
Well, you know why? Because the dad was a stupid deer that probably ran out in front of a car and caused an accident. Because deer are stupid.
I got a message from someone, Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, who plays the Crow, died in that movie. Yeah, there you go. The Crow.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, during filming.
Yep.
I didn't know he was Bruce Lee's son.
Yeah, me neither.
I thought it was just a coincidence or just a stage name.
Mm.
Yeah. No, that movie's cursed. He died while they were filming the movie.
Do you want to go back to that question from a little bit earlier, or
Which
do we got to
one?
take a break? The Star Wars theme question, the question that begat many other topics. You never gave an answer.
No, because it doesn't matter. I'm not.
Interesting.
There's no answer because if I swap to John's body, I'm just going to be John. If I swap to you, I'm just going to be you. I'm going to have your thoughts and opinions and takes.
Okay, so which of us?
Why
do you
does
wanna
it
be?
matter?
What? Because you could be one of us.
John's got a house
Wow, he does,
and a grill deck.
and a grill deck. You can go home and grill.
It's true.
It's late though when you get home. It's like 7:30.
Yeah, it's very cold.
I'll grill in the dark.
All right.
Very,
Well,
very
it's
cold.
wintertime.
Also
you
a
can-
backyard.
and a
I guess I
backyard.
have a backyard now too, though.
You have a basement.
I also have a house.
Yeah, but he owns it.
It's true.
Yeah.
I don't know my house.
Coming up, more on the Bill Belichick to North Carolina.
Wild.
It's real.
Yep.
It is real, and it is spectacular.
Mhm.
1620 The Zone. A couple of updates. Number one, Terry Braden, Nebraska's new D-line
Shaw.
coach,
Thank you, Nick.
has tweeted for the first time
as a skir,
even though his profile still references him being with the Chiefs. But he responded to Dawson Merritt, who tweeted at Coach Braden. He said, Terry Braden is very fond of the words "let's go," because he responded to Dawson Merritt, "let's go," #GBR. And then in a tweet by Keona Davis, who announced he was coming back out of the portal to stay with Nebraska, saying,
home.
"I'm back, GBR," Braden said, "let's go."
Maybe he just really likes the Cars, John. You ever think about that?
Perhaps.
They have a song called Let's Go.
Ah, good reference, Nick.
However, we must add another name to the list of the transfer portal.
Very sad.
Wide receiver Isaiah McMorris
Updating the graphic right now.
has now entered his name into the portal. We are down to 16-point font now.
It's getting tinier.
on
John,
the-
why don't you make it more
on the
than one
graphic.
column?
Oh, I don't understand bits.
The contract details are starting to leak out about Bill Belichick in North Carolina. 3 years, $30 million.
So for those who are saying it seems like it's just setting up for his son to get the job. I mean, hard to argue with it.
It
when
would
you see
appear
that.
as if
3
he's
years
gotten
isn't
that.
long enough to do anything.
It's long enough to lay groundwork.
Well,
You can lay groundwork.
That's Deion Sanders.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, they had a good season this year.
Mhm.
Got to tip your cap to him. And I think, and there's going to be a lot of pieces written about it, so definitely plenty of reading over the next few hours. But one of the popular opinions that I'm seeing out there is that, this is something that wouldn't have been possible just a few short years ago, just based on who Belichick is and how the landscape worked in college football. But now, as again, Deion Sanders has shown, you don't have to go on the road and recruit. You can just send your
so
coaches
different.
out to recruit.
Yep.
And the force of your personality, the magnetic pull of your personality, your aura, your reputation, whatever it may be, and Belichick's got it too, in a different degree, but he's got it. Can be that thing that works, and you can just be on campus and be there in your office, in your laboratory, and players can come through and say, "Hey, you want to learn from me? Look at my rings. I got the contacts. I'll make you into a winner. I'll make you into a great player. You'll get recruited." Again, the watching of who he hires, how he organizes things is going to be very fascinating, because it could lay the blueprint. If Prime hasn't done it already, but this could lay the blueprint for the new way moving forward for other programs. I'm not saying everybody's just going to go out and find themselves
There's only one 8-time Super Bowl champ.
correct.
But
if you're looking for someone who can, who is just a great ball coach and maybe just a great organizer, but isn't a fantastic recruiter, this could be a blueprint that others could follow.
yeah,
Could be.
the thing that I guess I will wonder about, and this isn't to argue with your pushback, is just to wonder,
Mm-hmm.
but are they going to want to come to college football? Like we've seen so many coaches recently, Nick Saban, in college football, Jay Wright in college basketball, leave because of, really everything, right? And so will there be that interest to do so? Or is this such a unique scenario where maybe the market in the NFL was not as robust as he was hoping it would be, and he still does want to coach, and so this is a way to do that. And that college football does have unique components to it that are different now versus 10 to 15 to 20 years ago.
If you think about it, though, those last few years under Belichick, even when they were still winning, there was a lot of turnover on those rosters.
Yes, there was.
And college football now is a sport where you can have almost unlimited turnover.
Mm-hmm.
And so that might be an avenue. That might be a neighborhood where Bill Belichick is, I'm fine living here. That's fine. If this dude doesn't want to be here anymore, fine. I'm bringing this dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bring in this dude. Will it work? Certainly. $64,000 question. But let's say he literally does, as we read yesterday in that 400-page Bible that is purported to be out there. Can you have a staff where it's just, okay, here are your coaches, and here are your teachers,
and here are your recruiters,
and here are your recruiters?
Yep. Yeah, because when you get recruited, what do we often hear about? It's about relationships,
Mhm.
right? So
Mhm.
you have the recruiting side of things that are not coaching you. How does that work?
In a lot of ways, this is like going into the military. The guy who recruits you into the Army or the Navy or the Air Force isn't the guy who's going to be doing the basic training and is going to be your superior officer. You know, so it is going to be there. There is that element of this could be a more impersonal way of football, which again is perfect for Belichick, who
is very impersonal,
has often been described as at times being impersonal. So yes, this goes against what has been the traditional grain of developing relationships and being like that father figure away from home. I compared it yesterday to this is the IMG Academy of college.
He takes coaching impersonally.
Where, like at IMG Academy, that's just an athletics factory.
Yeah, that's what this will be.
It's just an athletics factory, and Belichick is wanting to turn North Carolina into an NFL athletics factory where you come here, we teach you, and when you leave, you'll have a chance to succeed at the next level. And it's doing away with some of the interpersonal relationships. Oh, I'm sending my boy off to college. He needs a father figure. And you're probably not going to have that here. I'm not saying Bill Belichick can't develop a relationship with a player that he's coaching.
Yeah, he's going to have to.
But that's at least how it sounds. It doesn't sound like that's going to be the selling point.
Platcat writes, is the Power 4 coaching cycle really over? And he gives us the names. Bill Belichick to North Carolina, Barry Odom to Purdue, Rich Rod to West Virginia, and Scott Frost to UCF. As of now, that is it. That said, I mean, there are still 12 teams that are in the playoff, and I am still wondering. And of course, do not forget, there's a month left in the regular season of the NFL. So all it takes is a Jim Harbaugh of 2024 to make the jump up to the NFL. Will that happen? Like, I mean, I'm still wondering about Ryan Day. That is going to hang over everything. But, I mean, yeah, this would seem to be one of the quietest power coaching carousels ever. One ACC team, one Big Ten team, two Big 12 teams. Think about that. No one from the SEC has gotten fired or moved on or retired. Only one from the Big Ten. You would have to imagine that is going to revert back the other way. It will be a wild swing in 2025 where you're going to see certainly more than that in the SEC. Let's see what happens in the Big Ten.
Perhaps.
Man.
But I think some of that is there's a lot of uncertainty right now because we're moving into a new era with the roster limits and revenue sharing. And so there's probably some athletic departments that are like, all right, let's just hunker down and stay the course here because we don't know what things are going to look like in a few years. North Carolina has decided we're going to go full crazy.
Nuts.
We're going to bring in the winningest, the most decorated professional coach of all time.
By the way, going back to the switching bodies question that has taken over the world.
Jeez.
Jay Todd writes, Josh could eat mayo on John's behalf. Yeah, I could try mayonnaise and see what you taste. And be like, there is flavor. Interesting. John's just a pinhead.
Yeah, but to Nick's point, you would be thinking exactly like me. So for the first time in your life, you'd finally realize, hey, this is wasteful. This doesn't do anything for me. I'd rather have mustard.
Interesting.
I'd rather have something that adds flavor.
Interesting.
That's all.
Wow, Mandel just put up a column. Here's why North Carolina is going to regret hiring Bill Belichick.
Yeah,
Get to your battle stations. Get your opinions out now. They all need to be on the record. I lean more towards him.
I lean more towards I'm excited for this.
Oh, I am definitely excited for this.
I'm excited, and I'm not going to dismiss it out of hand because he is. He's going to try something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to try something different to see if it works. And if it does, it could change the paradigm. We asked this question last year about Prime. Man, if they got it going at Colorado, will this change how other people? Well, guess what? I don't know if Colorado has another year like they had last year this year. I don't know if this move happens. Because I don't know if Belichick
or North
Carolina would see it. But
Interesting.
because I'm really curious.
It's an interesting question.
I'm really curious.
Yeah, for sure.
How much did Prime success this year put the bug in Bill Belichick's ear of, this might work?
Sam writes,
and how much did it, encourage North Carolina to try something different?
Sam writes, I guess the money flattens it, but I wonder if the coach is saying, I'm going to be your position coach. You know who you'll be dealing with will have a leg up if all other things are even. Yet to go back to, you'll have recruiters and you'll have coaches. Does a different school benefit when you're going against them because you know what you're getting? Or does, but you get coached by Bill Belichick win at the end of the day? That's
the other part of it is how powerful is that message to today's 15, 16, 17-year-olds that you're trying to recruit? Or maybe more accurately, because I would guess they're probably going to be portal heavy. How much does the name and the reputation of Bill Belichick resonate with today's 17 through 22-year-olds?
It's funny because on
I
one
don't
hand,
know that answer.
Yeah, on one hand you're like, well, duh, he's the greatest coach of all time. On the other, I mean, it has already been now 6 years since he won a Super Bowl. Like it's crazy just how fast things change. And so if you're 18-year-old now, you were 12. Suddenly it's like, maybe
it'd be
you don't
the
have a great
equivalent of
memory
when I
it.
was growing up of if this were Don Shula.
Yeah.
Right, who was already on the
Fins
back
up.
end of a great career. He still had some relevancy. Now, there is a generational thing where, and I don't mean to say anything that's going to be too stereotyping,
That's
but one of the stereotypes against the younger generation is that they don't appreciate history as much as we did.
Sure.
And so, assuming that's true,
If I didn't go into radio, I was going to learn history.
but just assuming that that's true, how many kids today who would be interested in playing college football are wowed by Bill Belichick?
Well, I mean, he did coach Tom Brady, and Tom Brady's on TV, so that's going to help. That's got to go. And he does know how to get there. Like, that's the thing that I think will win in the end, is like, he can get you to the NFL because he knows what matters in the NFL.
But I think, again, it's going to come back to who are those guys on the coaching staff?
Man, I can't wait
Who
to
are
see.
these teachers? Who are these great teachers you're going to give me to teach me how to play great football and get me ready for the NFL?
Tapper's meme guy texts in, imagine Bill Belichick taking questions from student journalists.
That's another one.
Carolina has a damn good journalism school. That will be fun.
You know what? Maybe he's going to have a coaching staff. He's going to have a recruiting staff. Maybe he can have a media relations staff.
That's a great idea.
Where instead of Belichick answering the questions, it'll be his what's her name? Biden's press secretary, Katie or Jean. What's her name? I don't know. But like a presidential press secretary.
Mm-hmm.
Where they do all the press conferences. And you get like a state of the Tar Heel address at the end of the season.
State of the heel. Heel turn.
Maybe you do. It's going to be weird seeing him in a warm weather place. I don't know if I'm going to get used to that at all. He's always coached in cold weather. Patriots, Jets, Giants. He's going to be warm.
He's still going to have a short sleeve hoodie.
Oh, of course he is. Scott Frost versus Bill Belichick. Man, put that game on a Thursday.
Coming up, we've got content.
What's in content today, John?
Today in content, apparently there's a leak going on.
Are you giving a leak? Is that what you're talking about, John?
Maybe.
I have to go leave a leak?
Exciting news about the NBA Cup.
What?
Huh?
So much NBA this week.
Oh, I hate it.
You keep writing us about it.
I should talk more about the Rule 5 draft. That's happening.
Nah, that's okay.
Rockies picked a right-hander from the Orioles.
Cool. I don't even know what Rule 5.
He's at the AA.
Only thing I know about is Order 66.
1620 the zone.
Content.
Unsportsmanlike. Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Well, we'll have more on this tomorrow, but I can already see the anti-Belichick folks coming in. And listen,
I'm right next to you, John.
But I think some of the points that are being brought up aren't as valid today as they were 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. This sport is very different now. Very different now.
Can't wait to unpack it. Can't wait to unpack the unsportsmanlike content questions as well.
Nick.
Earlier today,
there we go.
We got the Big Ten schedules for 2025. Later tonight, we'll get the same for the SEC. Time to count down to the season, or is that something a dumb person would do?
Hell no, Nick, not with this Bill Belichick news. Rich Rod back to West Virginia.
Yeah, no one's excited about that.
Go the O-Co. Man, it's a great time to be an American. It's a great time to be a fan of college football.
It is, because Saturday, Americans will all gather around their TVs and enjoy America's game.
Nah, that's not the good part, but all the other stuff is awesome.
The question was asked of Stuart Mandel, and I'll ask it of you two.
Oh.
Is Ryan Day and Ohio State getting a home playoff game a good thing?
I still think it is.
Of course,
I get why there is concern. In fact, Kirk Herbstreit mentioned it during the selection show of, I'm not sure if this is a great time for them to have a home game right now because of everything that happened the following game. But last time I checked, and I'm checking right now, get in price is still over $200. So there's still a lot of demand for this game. Yeah. Is there going to be some consternation if things don't go right? Of course there is. But it's always going to be better to play at home than it is to play on the road, especially at Rocky Top.
You'll always be.
Yeah. This is galaxy brain nonsense to think this. This is year one of the college football playoff and home sites and everyone not really understanding. Of course it's better to be at home. What are you talking about? You get to sleep in your own bed. I guess your local hotel that you're used to sleeping in. You have the home fans behind you. Philadelphia sports fans don't say, oh man, I wish we had a road game because everyone's going to boo if they don't get a first down on their first drive. No, you idiots. Of course it's good to have a home game.
They're going to throw batteries at people.
Exactly. Whether it could be the opponents or it could be the Eagles. But no, it is much better for them that they do not have to travel to Tennessee. This is what you want. You have earned a home game. Enjoy it.
Here's something we haven't talked about at all this week. Leakgate. 1 minute before the college football playoff show started on Sunday, Brett McMurphy revealed that SMU was going to get in over Alabama. I was furious, CFP director Rich Clark said Tuesday to USA Today Sports. I told all involved, you've betrayed the process, he added. There are only a certain number of people who know. I know one thing, it wasn't me. There's the selection committee, ESPN, and our staff. Someone in that group is the leak. Was it Clark?
There were some people, John, that were wondering on Tuesday night when he maybe, doth protest a bit too much. I don't think it was Clark, for the record.
Yeah, why would it be Clark? What would he benefit by?
You know how some killers will go to the scene of the crime and offer help to the police officers? I think that's kind of what the theory was with Mr. Clark. Mr. C.
Listen, once the word got out, I guarantee you.
How many police officers have you helped?
Remember where Brett McMurphy used to work?
ESPN.
And
so
ESPN,
you think he got it from someone inside of ESPN?
Yep.
The graphic people?
Yep. Because they know the information.
Yeah.
Because they have to have the graphics ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly where it came from.
Interesting. Not a bad theory, John.
Even the Titanic had rats on it.
I don't
know what that means. I just popped into my head.
Well, that means they died too.
Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow's home was broken into during Monday night's game against the Cowboys in the latest home burglary of a pro athlete in the U.S., authorities said Tuesday. Were you that angry about the result on Monday, Josh?
No, if I was going to break in anyone's house, which I never would.
Did you try to go to the police and ask if you could help them catch the burglar?
And the guy who tried to field the punt. It would have been him. I didn't do that, though. I was here in Omaha, being very sad, taking Banks out, and then going to sleep.
Did you get Taco Bell?
No, I should
I
have.
mean, what's going on, man? All these NFL quarterbacks getting their house broken into.
Who else got broken into?
Well, Mahomes had his house broken into a while back.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's a big house.
It is a big house. I'm sure Burrow's house is a big house.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there's all the memes about, Joe Burrow being Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone because they kind of look alike.
Mm-hmm.
So they're having fun with that. But
Nice.
come on, a man's property was violated. This is wrong.
It's wrong, people.
This is wrong. We punish criminals in this country. We don't celebrate them.
Al Michaels' contract with Amazon Prime is up after this year, but reports say he will be back next year on Thursday Night Football. Has the 80-year-old regained his fastball this season?
The games being better have helped, and it seems like his repartee with Kirk Herbstreit is pretty good.
They don't sound like they want to break into each other's homes anymore.
Which is good.
Well,
Yeah.
it never sounded that way with Kirk. Kirk always, the first couple of seasons, it sounded like Kirk was being almost like, I don't want to say a fanboy, but almost like in awe because
It's really hard to make that kind of relationship work.
And Al Michaels was probably a little bitter and grumpy that he's no longer on the best game of the week as he used to be.
But he's getting a playoff game this year.
He's getting a playoff game. They've had better games.
Look at the games.
The team, the broadcast sounds better.
I would agree with that.
I think the broadcast sounds better, and Al Michaels sounds like he hasn't really missed a big step.
Yeah, and I mean, the schedule is definitely helping a ton. They got Rams 49ers tomorrow. Next week, they have Broncos, Chargers, go Chargers, and Seahawks, Bears to finish up. That's not going to be very good. But then they have the playoff game. That's all helping. And the other thing, too, is Herbstreit has 2 more years, which was always weird about this, is Al signed for 3, Herbstreit signed for 5. So maybe they finish off those 2 years together, and at that point, then Amazon, either do they run it back with Kirk? Do they try to bring in Greg Olsen? Do they go after somebody else? It'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm not surprised, I guess. He has been better this year, but again, I think a lot of that goes back to the games not being horrible.
So real quick, I'm hung up on the burglary thing.
Yeah.
Why do these people who make all this money not have some kind of alarm system in their homes?
Like Simply Safe with promo code Nick Grimm?
Or yes.
Yeah, I don't
or
know.
guards.
Yeah.
I'm starting
Gates.
to wonder if this is like some inside job.
Whoa, you think Burrow did this on purpose?
No, just some kind of a job.
What if it's Aaron Rodgers?
Nice.
That could be it.
Finally,
yeah,
because I hate myself.
Oh, you had to tease this, yeah.
The NBA Cup is almost set. Last night, Milwaukee took out Orlando, and Oklahoma City knocked off Dallas to move to the semis. Wow. Do you two like Atlanta or New York out of the East, and Houston or Garden State in the West? Basket.
Man, ever since Nick became baseball pilled, he can't even read the NBA questions without farting into the microphone.
I like better sports.
I mean, I'll be
Like
honest.
what?
Baseball.
Oh.
Not that this is shocking, but this NBA Cup, nobody gives a crap about it.
No, it's
This
stupid.
one?
I hate the courts. Every time I see a highlight, I'm happy that I'm not growing up in an era where I'm into the NBA, because I feel like as a 13-year-old, I'd probably like this crap. And then I'd feel
Yeah,
like
it looks like a bad
idiot.
video
I wonder how many
game.
13-year-olds like this.
You know what? When I see my nephews at Christmas in a couple of weeks, there's one of them who's NBA pilled.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask him, hey, what do you think? What do you think of the NBA Cup? And he's probably going to be like, it's awesome. And I'm going to say, go to your room.
Hit him in the back of the head.
You're going to tell him to look into the corner.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Be like a radio host and turn around and go into the
Say
corner.
you should get a job here.
Yeah, exactly. He loves the NBA. Kids love the NBA.
I wonder why.
I mean, there's something. I mean, the athleticism of basketball. You see the faces of people. People love seeing faces.
Kids do. A lot of kids like soccer. More kids than I know like
People
soccer
love-
now.
Yeah. And then you grow up and you become a football fan.
Yep.
That's what
Because
happens.
soccer's been the sport of the future for the last
Since
75
John was
years.
a child. Yep.
And then you really grow up and become a baseball.
No, yes, you're 100. By the way, real quick, did you see that the NFL will have candy cane logos on the uniforms this year? Speaking of candy canes, it's time for What's for Dinner.
You're having candy canes for dinner?
Find out next.
Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
Lick, lick.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I just saw on ESPN's Bottom Line that LeBron James was excused from practice. Do you suppose when LeBron, did he just raise his hand in the back room and say,
Excuse me, Coach Reddick, could I be excused,
I have to go
please?
leave a pee.
He was probably nice, Nick. Good call back to Dumb Debates. He was probably really excited about the Bill Belichick news. Or maybe he's getting ready for the zone deal this week to lay Voltaire.
Oh.
And we're giving away Lay Voltaire
tomorrow
on the Grum. You can eat dinner at Lay Voltaire, John.
I
am having leftover pot roast tonight. Very excited.
You're going to do the hot beef sandwich version?
Do it, Josh.
You just get the bread out. It's just an open face, and you just pile it on there.
I'm not going to make any promises. We'll find out.
You got to have the gravy.
I'm pumped for those mashed potatoes, man. I'm jacked.
You got to have the gravy.
What are you having?
I don't know. We had hamburgers last night.
Nice.
I don't remember. I don't know.
Some version of a chicken tortellini pasta.
Is she making that?
Yeah, it's probably going to be me. I offered to, so it'll probably be me.
Wow, look at Nick. Got him.
So in other words, it'll be macaroni, Kraft macaroni and cheese, and little dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets.
I can cook, John. I can't cook a lot, but what I can cook well.
How long do I put the dinosaur nuggies in the microwave?
I use an air fryer, John. I'm not a child.
I am really good at cooking thighs on the stove, so I know how it goes, Nick.
Thank you, Josh.
Being a cook. What do we have tomorrow, John?
Robin Washut.
Nice.
Todd Furman. We can break down every single second of America's game and get the proper betting advice.
Maybe we can get Bill Belichick on the show. Talk about his new gig.
Let's just reach out to Bill.
Yeah, let's see what he wants.
Well, I might know someone who knows his girlfriend.
There you go. You're in the age range.
Or maybe you can just bring on your new girlfriend, Roseanne Barr.
Bye!
She's famous.